Oh, this is another day in the gulag. Gonna just be aligning a lot of things today, aligning everything so that we can not be doing our unaligned simmed operations. So that's what we're gonna be doing today. I woke up today and then I didn't wake up. You know what I mean? It's like I'm like half awake sort of thing. So I'm like half awake. Honestly, half is pretty generous. I feel like 20% awake. I don't know, I didn't sleep well. When did I go to bed? I feel like I got enough time. I got enough time in the oven. It's just like, I don't know, I think I didn't take some of my medication last night. I think I just forgot, which is never good. But I think your body just gets used to that shit, and then, like the second you don't take it, it's like, oh my fucking god, what? How do we go on without it? You know? And so, I think that's probably has something to do with it. But it's also one of those things where, like, once you forget taking it, like, now I have to kind of wait till tonight to take it. So I'm just gonna be like off until then. So not great. That is what it is, though. I'm just aligning everything. That's the goal for today, is align everything that we do funny little operations with. So I've got a good question here. Why is alignment not guaranteed on stack allocated variables? If anybody wants to share with the class why that might be. Maybe I should only be doing parts at a time rather than doing everything at once, but honestly, why not just like do everything at once? I think that all of it is touched by simmed at some point, so we're just gonna align everything, I guess. I also realized that the way that I was iterating our kernels is incorrect, so there's also that. When we do the DX, DY, DZ, Sobol convolution and all the other types of convolution and shit, I figured out a better way to sim that as well, and a way that we can do it with a radius of greater than 1. So that's what I'm going to be doing as well today. I just have to basically make arrays that we get offsets from. Basically what we were doing before with our offset array for the reintegration stuff. But I have to figure out how do I align it when I malloc it, you know? I don't know how to do that. I've never done that. Maybe you've done that, but I have not done that. I've not done that myself. No. Okay, I think that's everything. I think. Let's just see if we compile. See if everything lines up properly. Okay, we had a scary little thing there, but okay, no, show me what the problem was. It said that the Gaussian kernel has a different, oh, the Gaussian kernel does have a different, oh. I think that if it compiles, then that's probably solid, you know what I mean? If it's not saying anything bad, then I feel like it's got to be pretty solid, right? All right, I'm just gonna go through and I'm going to, let's go section by section and then switch to our switch unaligned to aligned operations. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Also, yeah, that bug with it lagging that I was coming across yesterday, I didn't actually figure that out. It just went away on its own. So I think I did fix it, but I think it was that thing that was going out of bounds before that I fixed at the end of the stream. So I think that's what it was. So anyway, for example, when we compute f, now nu, na should be aligned, and we can do this. Right? Right. Okay. And we immediately get mad. Why? Oh god, please don't be a pain in the ass today. That would be very unfortunate. Is it just F that's the problem? Maybe we can load a line, but we can't store a line? I think I'm doing this the right way. Here's a good question. What if I just don't extern it? Like, it doesn't need to be externed, actually. I don't think it does. So, okay. Does it need to be externed? Oh, maybe it does. Oh, it actually does. Not sure. Yo, what's up, Siakaz? Siakaz? I'm working on doing some extra vectorization for this cellular simulation project that I'm doing on Windows XP for fun. So that's what I'm working on. It looks like this. We basically have all these different channels that are convolving, and I don't know. It's a lot of math, but it makes these sorts of patterns, and you have like a ton of different like ways to play with the parameters and stuff. So that's a lot of fun. I am struggling though with getting these things aligned. Requires the pointer to be a multiple of 16. It should be a multiple of 16. It should be. I mean, I don't think that would be the case. Yeah. Yeah, the weird thing is that the loads seem to work, but the stores don't. Maybe the loads aren't working either, but they're just not crashing us. Even if the destination is aligned, the data loaded onto the register might have been loaded via an unaligned load, causing issues later down the line. All of these should be also aligned though. Like that, all of these are... Yeah, all of these are aligned. Maybe this is just kind of firing weird tags. I appreciate that. I know it's not extremely exciting right now. I'm trying to understand why this isn't aligning our data properly. I've never used MSVC in this manner, so usually due to specific limitations or scenarios where the compiler does not guarantee alignment. No, it's not malloc. It's not in a function declaration. Align works for static and automatic stack variables when allocated by the compiler itself. It should. It's basically saying, hey, yeah, this should work. So if it doesn't work, then that sucks, I guess. Huh. Allocate the data on the stack with the proper align as keyword. Align as? So it's saying that this one Stack Overflow is telling me to do align as 16, but this doesn't appear to be an actual thing. So that doesn't seem to be a thing. Maybe that's like a modern C++ thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of confused, but maybe I should try a different function and then see if the issue persists. Because yeah, it's very annoying. Oh, you know what it might be actually? Oh, I think I know what's happening. It needs to all be aligned, or just that needs to be aligned. So when we store here, it also needs to store aligned. And this all needs to be, so you can't just change one thing. It needs to all be stored aligned. That has to be it. So this is this, and yeah, where we calculate NA and NU is during the Sobel convolution and stuff. Okay, we should have probably done a different different part of the equation to do first, but okay, so all the places that we need to touch are NU, NA, and alpha and pre-alpha. And we already did alpha and pre-alpha, so now it's just NU and NA. And I don't think that's not it. It's when we apply it. Very few people do what I'm doing. Keep it up. Thanks. I appreciate that. I get people like come in here and like ask like, why would you do this? Why would you do this? I'm not concerned with the why. I think the cool part is you know, just the fact that it happened, you know. Do we actually store ever? I don't think we directly store or load into NA or NU. We load from here, but we don't. Yeah. Very cool, thanks. I'm new here, what's going on? So I'm working on like doing a lot of vectorization for this project, and I'm running into issues with aligning the stuff because I want it aligned and not unaligned, these simmed instructions. I'm working on a cellular simulation. What's up, Max? Good morning. So it's getting mad at me here. This is surely aligned. Oh, but we don't actually read into it aligned. Oh, so true, actually. Yeah, we may not store into it aligned at some other point. I don't know where that would be. We get grid from our transposition. So I mean, like, it would be really bizarre to me if this wouldn't be technically aligned. Like, this has to be aligned, right? Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. Like, is this not, like, guaranteed to be aligned? Or do I just not know how this stuff works? Very, very confusing. And grid is 100%. We put it aligned. I really do wonder, though, if it has something to do with them being externed. I've never honestly aligned stuff like this, so I have no clue what the requirements are. It also said that it failed here, but I don't know. Yeah, now it's just gonna get mad down here. This is the same exact, maybe everywhere it says double underscore, but maybe it's just a single underscore. I don't think so. I don't think that should matter, to be honest. I don't think that's how it works, but whatever. I mean, there's one Stack Overflow for it, but yeah, I've got no clue. I just have always used, you know, the unaligned stuff, but, you know, I thought might as well try to align things today, but I guess was not in the cards. Sucks. I should try to isolate it next. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna try and isolate it somewhere. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let us try and isolate this at some point. So I thought that this was gonna be a good place to isolate it, but apparently not. Really check the documentation. Yeah, I mean, I have. It says that this should just work fine. So that like really the only other things that I'm reading are that like, you know, oh, you may have to like malloc aligned and stuff, but it's not malloc, it's just a stack variable. I think it's just some weird thing with MSVC probably where something is not getting set up properly. But yeah. Everything touches everything else, but I can try I can try it in the reintegration, I guess. I think the thing is we load unaligned all the time. That's the problem. The main problem here is that we load unaligned and therefore we store unaligned. Oh wait, hold on a sec. No, yeah, we store. That's a different store. So, and just because we load fine doesn't mean that it's gonna store fine. The store is what we have problems with. So this isn't gonna prove anything. This is just going to prove that we can load aligned fine, but this obviously this is a horizontal sum, so it doesn't really count. So if I want to prove that we can store fine, it's gonna have to be something else. I mean, inside of here we store unaligned, so we could try this. TT isn't really touched by anything else. Yeah. I wonder if the pointer itself is not aligned at this point. This is going to crash. It says that it crashes here when it loads. I wonder, okay, so alright, here's what we're gonna do. We will, I guess, just like try to figure out what the pointer is when we crash and then see if it's aligned. I feel like just because we align them initially, we may not have them aligned later. I need to translate that into an actual integer. It's aligned. That is aligned. That is aligned. Yeah, it divides out to 16 perfectly. It's like, that's not what you want to hear. It's like, really? Like, it just divides out to 16 perfectly. So, it is aligned. That is aligned indeed. But now this, yeah. Is it really the index that matters? Is it the index? Like, really? Yeah, maybe it is the index, but then how do I... How do I deal with that? Let's see what the index is when it crashes. Actually. 18,530. Yeah, I almost want to try to do it with... I guess what I can do is like not have an external thing and then try to do that, but this is like super frustrating that no more set bedtime. That's good to hear. For some reason this isn't aligning, or it is aligning according to the compiler, but then the sim doesn't like it. So I don't know why that isn't the case. SRT, this should always be aligned. Like there's no way that this isn't aligned, right? New friends I made, they added me on Discord. Yeah, that is nice. So this is fine. Why though? This is also external. So, and then as soon as you do this, it's not going to be, it's not going to work. Oh, it does work? Oh wait, but we haven't pressed SRT yet. Yeah. So yeah, this breaks it again. But this works fine. So I mean, it's some of the arrays and not all of them. I think this is incorrect though, like output wise, this is not what it's supposed to look like. What do you think of between Unix graphics APIs and Windows? If there's such a thing as a Unix graphic API? I'm not sure what you mean there. If you're talking about like DirectX versus versus like OpenGL or something, is that what you're talking about? I've been working on a DirectX for this project just because it's cool, but I don't really have an opinion. I think that they're all pretty cool. So I use OpenGL the most though. So what about Linux? Is there any native solution? Not really. I mean, there's just OpenGL and Vulkan, which kind of like just you know, work on Windows as well. So I don't really think so. I mean, there's of course like, you know, the stuff that handles display environments like Wayland and whatever like that stuff. But I don't think that I'd consider that, you know, a graphics API, right? Yeah, so right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get rid of this U here. But it's not working too good. Follow-up question, how difficult is the DirectX API? Does it require much boiler? For DirectX 9, which is like kind of ancient now, it's like, no. It's pretty straightforward, which I like about it. I just like that you're able to just like, you know, you write like 2 functions and then you're just drawing your triangle, you know. Do you know anything about this this alignment thing? How does DX9 compare to something like older OpenGL versions, 330 and below? Honestly, like, I think 330 isn't even like as old as this probably. I don't know how they compare, to be honest. I think OpenGL was more capable, at least when I was doing like the legacy OpenGL. This is like very, you know, like there's no compute, right? There's no compute. There's nothing. We do have extern though. What am I looking at? Light mode. on Visual Studio 2008, I'm working on a cellular simulation on Windows XP. Yeah, OpenGL definitely blew it out of the water, but also there's things that this does really well that OpenGL doesn't do well. You know, like in OpenGL, you have to like set up an entire graphic. If you want to like say like I want to have a simulation that shows particles, you know, then you have to do your whole shader pipeline. You have to like load in shaders. You have to do this. You have to do that. In DirectX, you can literally just like say I want a light, and then you just, you know, say, oh, draw the light, and then it just draws the light, and you put Phong lighting, and that's it. You know, it's that straightforward. Now, is it as capable of like doing like specific things? No, but for prototyping, it's way better, I think. Way more, you know, but yeah. So it's easier to use. Yeah, because they just didn't have those things back then. But honestly, like that's what I prefer for a project like this. Like I don't want to make a whole game engine just so that I can draw to the screen, you know. Yeah, so this isn't working. And I don't think that it's that like let's check. Can you align 16 byte alignment on extern arrays? Okay, so it's just saying to do what I already did. It's literally saying just to do what I already did. It might actually just like straight up be a bug with their compiler. Yeah, DirectX 12 is definitely different. What graphics API have I used in total? I haven't used Vulkan. I've used this in OpenGL. Yeah. DX12, yeah. DirectX 9 is very different than 12, yeah. OpenGL was never intended to be complex. I mean, I don't think OpenGL is complex, but it does give you all of the tools you need to make a, you know, a renderer, you know. It's definitely that. But yeah. I've used pretty much every version of OpenGL, right? From like 230, 330, 430. I haven't used 460. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, this might just be a bug with the compiler. Like, I mean, like, seriously. Like, I don't think that this is a bug on me, actually. I don't even know where I would find something like this. Enable intrinsic functions. Yeah. Oh. Release? Yeah. What's the bug? There isn't necessarily a bug. It's my arrays are not aligning, which is annoying. I mean, at least I think that they aren't aligning because when I go to load them aligned, then I just immediately crash. So, but they are stack. And they are like this, so I don't see why there's a problem. So that's what I'm annoyed with right now. I almost think it has to be like a compiler issue. But maybe I'm just stupid and I don't know how this shit works. What about GUI? Are they DirectX? They're playing Win32 for this project, yeah. I've done a bunch of Googling on it already, and nobody has anything to say about it. So, I mean, obviously this is fine. What exactly is the crash? It literally just crashes on the simd call for this. So it's not gonna. For this, it's fine. That gives us just a wrong output. But like, if I go for these, right? Then we'll just crash on. Now it's mad because I toggled this. Okay, now it just... Okay, there it goes, yeah. So it just crashes straight here. Just a reading violation. Like, just, you know, a nothing burger thing. And I already checked, this address is 16 byte aligned. So At least it's divisible by 16. But maybe that, you know, I don't know. But, yeah. I don't know. I'm confused, like... Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. Can you like get a pointer to any address in here? Is this not aligned? Do I have to align this pointer? That's what I was if CIDX is not a multiple of 4, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was exactly what I was thinking, but this is... But I guess the padding throws it off. The padding throws it off, I guess. That's so fucked, dude. I guess it's not possible then. So I have this padding, right? That basically... So when we reach the border of the simulation on any edge, right? We want to wrap around. And so to avoid having any modulus math or anything, I just literally copy into padding on the edge of every edge of the simulation, right? So that's what that padding is. So that's why it's not divisible by 4, because this is actually in array space this. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's nothing that I can do about that, I think. I think that it just has to be unaligned. I don't think that there's anything I can do. Oh, that fucking sucks though. Unless I pad extra. Get the base address of the race, subtract with the address where the crash happens. Let's do some math to understand how off the alignment is. Yeah, sure, why not? So CRDX would be 1191. So that's obviously not divisible by 4. So that's the thing right there. It doesn't like seem that way though, because we're just obviously going by 4 every time, but I guess technically you are correct. This is a padded index. So so this times 32 gives us 38,112 bits, right? And so you can just add that to the original address of really we shouldn't even be doing the math right now because we know what the problem is. I just don't know how to solve it. Like if I want the extra performance, then it is this, so it is that 82,573,840, right? And then you add the, yeah, that plus that. So the final one is 826,11952, and then obviously if you divide by 16, it comes out to a whole number. Grid width plus 2 is not necessarily, yeah, plus 2 it won't be, but this is 32. Yeah, so this would be. Yeah, oops, have a good day. CIDX is greater than the limit of the array? No. So we are only iterating over the interior. So basically, you can think of the actual bounds of the array as this, because it's padded on each side. We don't actually loop over the entire thing. So So you think of it, so we start at 0, right? But we naturally start off at -1. This array isn't actually like a good example of this computation here, because this isn't the actual reintegration. Down here, you'll see this x minus 1 is actually where we start. So here we're basically iterating over a cube of the middle cell, right? And so we start off at x minus 1 naturally. So you can think of it as going from here to here, basically. So yeah. So the option would be to just pad to 4 then, right? Instead, just have a padding of 2 instead of 1. And that would also allow us to like have bigger kernels later, but I think yeah, that's what has to happen, I guess. But that's like a really painful refactor, I guess, because it's not just like, oh, we just have a bigger array now. It's that all of the indices need to change. But I mean, it's not like that big of a refactor. We just have to change the macro, really. We just have to think about it properly. So this would go down to, this would be +2. And then this would obviously be +4. And then grid padded would end up being +4. And we don't even have to use the rest of the space, right? We can just, maybe this just aligns it like that and it's fine, and we don't have to like worry about it. Let's just test that out to see if that works, I guess. If that does, I'll be very happy, but I don't know. Let's just see the index when we get it back. Okay, now. It's 23402. That's divisible by 4, right? Alright, peace out. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'll try my best. 23402, that should be divisible by 4, right? Right? That sounds like it would be. It is not. It is not divisible by 4. So how are we off? Oh, maybe it needs to be padded by 4 on each side then. Because this I guess it would have to be padded by 4 on each side then, and not just 2. Because then it would run in the middle. So you would end up padding by this much. Which now is a much larger array, but it no, stop. Okay, so that works. Okay, so okay, it does appear a bit different though. That is not supposed to be what happens there, I think. Okay, let's just test if our indexing is correct now, just in general. But we did stop the crash. Thank you for helping me there. My man, I'm sorry, I don't know how to do that math in my head. I don't know how to do the math in my head like that. Yeah, this is not how it's supposed to look, by the way. So that does worry me. But that's not a problem with this. That's actually a problem with the way our indexing. Hello guys, how's the stream going? It's going good. Not really, but I'm trying to figure out how to change these arrays to be padded correctly. So if I change this back to the original padding, I just want to see if the visual is going to be correct, and then we can go from there and then see how it's off somewhere else. So this is the original padding. That's good. It is sort of good. Okay, no, we changed something. I changed something somewhere. Okay, let's fucking lock in, I guess. What did I do? When I was messing around here, I may have touched something when I was I may have touched something when I was showing that off or trying to figure out the index. Okay, that's kind of what it's supposed to look like. Okay, so I don't know what I changed here. I probably like messed with the index or something. Okay. I think that's what it's supposed to look like. Just let me check it again. I just don't want to leave a bug here and then... That's weird. That's not... Yeah. I'm worried that that aligning stuff is somehow yeah, I don't know. I didn't do any of my math here wrong. I don't think I did. This is supposed to be underscore underscore, so that's also a thing. But I don't think that matters either, but... It may also be that it's working so fast that the simulation is so fast now that it looks a bit different. That also may be a part of it. It is like the simulation is super fast now because of the optimization, so maybe I should stop freaking out about it. Okay. All right, let's do the thing now. So let's just go back to what I was doing before. Thank God, even though I'm committing to this, I'm not actually gonna even fill in the borders that much. So okay, so that's good. Need an FPS counter? Yeah, I should have an FPS counter. I do have, I don't know how to set that up actually, but I have I have profiling information that comes up in output, right, at each step of the simulation and what each thread is doing. Hey, what's up, Kiel? Okay, so let's go for it. It's not really about FPS per se. I'm more like concerned about like if the math somehow, if I fuck up the math somewhere, you know, then you know, I really would prefer to avoid those issues. IDX will always be aligned, so we don't have to worry about this. This will always load fine. So now all of this should be fine. So let's just do this kind of one function at a time and then go from there. How are you doing, Kiel? Okay, seems to be fine. Yeah, I've only done store U and load U before. I never actually did anything like this, so I did not really consider that the indices also had to be aligned. So, yeah. That does kind of suck, but it's not like we're malloking this ever or like mem setting the memory. So I think that like there's no real trade-off for just making a bigger array, you know. It's just like literally getting a bigger boat. So it's not like the end of the world, I think. How am I? I'm good. I just spent like an hour getting mad at this, but then I kind of accepted my fate, and so that's all good now. I don't think that this stuff can be simmed, or I mean, this can be yeah, it's not, it can't be actually. I mean, maybe. Nah, I can't. This isn't even a slow function though, advection, so. But yeah, you can't do it. Because you need to figure out where you're going to go there, and then this isn't contiguous, so that's that. I tried to like figure out if I could do compute on this GPU, but it turns out that I can't, even though some guy on stream was like, you can totally do compute on that GPU, not on Windows XP, unfortunately. So I did try. But what am I doing, fellow programmer? I'm doing some optimization to try and make this thing a bit faster. It's like a cellular simulation. On Windows XP. Used to be a lot slower, I can tell you that. Oh cool, thanks. Thank you. It used to be a lot slower than this. It used to be like 15 FPS. And now it's greater than 60 when we're doing SRT mode. Did I just see... Did you actually just see that? No, you did not just see that. What? Okay, let's just like take a gander here. Okay, I don't see it. I don't see it in any of the loops. That would be crazy though. Sometimes, especially when I stream, right? I'll just like be talking through stuff and like I'll be typing out like stuff like, you know, oh, we could do this here, we could do that there, and then I just like and then I like forget about it and then I leave it in. That happens when I stream like all the time. That's like 90% of the bugs that I make when I stream. Fantastic, thanks. Because I'll just be talking and then not paying attention, and then I won't delete something that I did, which, you know, is very detrimental to do. Okay, so all of that works. This function is good. Good stuff. This we can yeah, whatever. We can keep that there. That's not that expensive. Okay, so this stuff isn't even being used, is it? Yeah, it is. It's central difference, but we don't actually simmed anywhere in there. We simmed for Sobel. We're gonna refactor this too. Because there's only one load here in any of these. This should be one offset array, right? So instead of doing, this is basically doing 3, right? We're doing 3 at a time, and then we mull to get rid of the last one. Instead, what we should do is we should just have an offset array of the dx, dy, and dz that we go through flattened out instead. So I don't know why we didn't do that, but I did realize that later that we did that previously, and then I stopped doing that for the Sobel convolutions. And so I'm gonna like retroactively go back, and then hsum doesn't actually, we store it fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wish that we had hsum on this on SSC2, but this SSC3, so SSC2 sucks. There's actually so many things that you can do on SSC3 that you can't do on SSC2. It's actually like that painful. I didn't really anticipate that when I started this, but yeah. Okay. So that's 90% of it. And by 90%, I mean not all of it. This is, what is this? This is some complicated shit, I guess. I just looked at that code and I was just like, I don't even know what the fuck any of that does, but yeah. This should be static const, because it's just a 0. Yeah. This doesn't matter because it just happens once. Okay. Now the only other stuff is with the F computation. This isn't a relevant function anymore. We're in the middle of redoing all of this, but then we stopped yesterday. Kind of surprised when you look up, hey, my alignment isn't working. They don't really say like, hey, your indices might be padded weird. Like they didn't really jog the memory banks on that one, but is what it is. Can't win them all. Okay. And some is aligned. Some is aligned. Or it should be aligned. I don't think that the double underscore matters. Okay, we are mad. Ah, shit. 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 We may not be able to align the Sobel convolutions. We are cooked. Yeah, I think so. Hold on. So, bruh. So, alright, so before we freak out, let's actually see the fucking index. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously not aligned, but I mean, that's because we're technically iterating by 3. Yeah. So let's see. This is -1, so that goes to 0. Then that's 0 minus 1, so 0. And then it's 0. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? Wait, what? This is just 0, 0, 0. What? Why is that 4923? Wait, what? I mean, unless it's lying to me. Unless it's lying to me. Oh. Wait, but if it starts at 0, then that's only working with 4 and 8. So don't make me do the math on this one. No, that cannot be 0. 4923 cannot be 0. Let's do the math on this one. 4 plus 4 times oh, that's actually, this is complicated. 4 times 40 times 40 plus 4 times 40 times 40. Yeah, that's a different number, bro. That's a different number. Straight up. That's a different number. Okay, it may just be possible that that debug mode didn't get the right index, or debug mode got the right index, but then the right for all 3. Yeah, I can do that. It probably is. Yeah, you know what we should literally just do is, like, if just like No, not int new. I'm just gonna do it by hand. Yeah, like that. And we'll just set a breakpoint there. Okay. And this is 0, 0, 16. And DZ was 0, 0. Hold on, x minus 1 would be negative 1. So that isn't correct. I'm being stupid. Oh, I'm being so dumb. This is all minus 1. Because we're going into the padding. Or no, we're not going into the padding. Yeah, that's gonna throw things off. Yeah, I think, okay, so here's the thing, is that we're just going to be fundamentally unaligned. Because it's x minus 1, duh. So you can't have both aligned. You can't have both aligned. Okay, so we're not, yeah, so I'm not crazy, I'm just stupid. Okay, so this cannot be aligned. This one can't be aligned. This one can't be aligned because it's on a 3. It's on a 3, not a 4. So that does suck. That one sucks. That one stings a bit, not gonna lie. That one does sting a bit, but there's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. There's literally nothing we can do about it. Unless you want to actually like transpose the fucking array into a different array, just for this function, which I feel like would take the entire purpose of the thing away. So the pain, so this function isn't even, that's not even that big of a deal, right? That's fine. The fucked up part though is that this now impacts a lot of the other ones, like RT, for example, because this also has the same exact iteration thing where it's x minus 1. So this can't be aligned, which is cursed. Yeah, that's fucked. But, you know, do you get what I'm saying? There's no way, so there's no way to align both of them. There's no way to align both of them. And also, we're stepping through it by 3. So yeah, that is sad, but there's really nothing that you can do about that one. We can still do some of this stuff aligned, but it can't do all of it. Can't do all of it aligned, unfortunately. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just literally the way we index into it, where Where, yeah. Yeah, that does suck. That does suck. Okay. Okay, now this one should be aligned. This one should be aligned. Oh, no, it's not, because I'm not doing... Wait a second, why is this not... I think I just didn't write plus equals 4 by accident when I was testing that earlier. Okay. So, works for me. I don't think that there's any performance increase, but that's, like, fine. You know me, I love pain, so. Yeah, it does suck that the reintegration, we can't, you know, do the reintegration stuff. That does suck, you gotta admit it, but whatever. I said align everything, and then I didn't align everything, so. But it's not possible. I am thinking about it, like, if there's some way I could do it. But the problem is that this array, which is either grid or back, that is never gonna be aligned like this. So I was considering maybe we just do this, align separately, but I feel like that would be so fucking painful for us to do that. So I'm just gonna not do that. We can do this aligned, yeah, this is fine. And store it out aligned. What I'm also realizing is that we can't even have an array and then go through here as a set of offsets, because yeah. They're only contiguous 3 at a time anyway. Unless we had everything in this order, which we talked about doing this earlier, like somehow making a way to actually like have everything in the stride of the kernel. But I feel like that's actually fucking insane. That's actually like so, like, that's like psycho. I don't think that that's possible. But this stuff is good because now we can load all of this aligned, which is like the whole ordeal right now. Can we use align our EP8 to extract the misalignment? I'm not sure. Is that... would that be faster than us just not, you know, just doing unaligned? Like, what does that specifically do? Do I do it here? I don't know, okay. I've never used align R. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that this is gonna work. First of all, I don't think that this exists for us. I don't think that that exists for us. Something architecture something. Maybe it's an intron, but I don't think so. Oh, it is. Oh shit, it is. What is N? 16? We would put 16 in that shit? No. You would put 1 in that. Holy shit. What is any of this? I worried you for a moment. Sorry. It was just saying something about, like, I don't know. Something 256, and I was like, yeah, but this gives us an integer. That's that I. That's what that I means. And I don't have an integer. Do you think we just make the whole thing fixed point? Is that where we're going right now? Just like make the whole fucking thing fixed point so that we can align our EP8? No. I'm putting my foot down on that one. It would go faster if we were in fixed point, though. But if anybody wants to do it in fixed point, you have my full blessing. You have my heart and soul. The fuck are we doing? What? Holy shit, what? Yeah, I have no clue if that's gonna be faster, actually, but we can give it a shot. We can give it a shot. Okay. Let's do it on a non-torus border, just because it's simpler. Okay, so we have the base. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this on the Sobel so that it's easy to better stop cooking. Dude, you know, feel free to cook as much as you want. I do like the idea. Okay, so we have this. Okay, you did not put this x minus 1, but I feel like it's fine. So this would be h current in your code, okay? So then we do the previous, which is base minus 4. Okay. Oh, no. You're saying, okay, you're saying this. Okay, you're saying this. You're saying this. Okay, I got it. I got it. Okay, so this is now 2 aligned loads, okay? So now we're shifting. I've never seen that function before. Okay, so we're casting. Okay, so these two are this is okay, so there's a lot of casting going on. And then 12. The innocuous 12 is very interesting here. I mean, it's 12 bytes, right? But yeah, I got no clue, bro. What? Okay, so okay, so we are combining 2 registers. So we're saying 2 loads is faster than 1 unaligned load. That's what we're betting on right now. Function does not take 2 arguments. Identifier not found. Okay, well that one's my bad. But function does not take 2 arguments. Why? Okay, yeah, it is defined. Shut up. No. You gotta listen to me. You gotta work with me here. What? What? What file is this in? Is it in the emitrin? Okay, it's in the emitrin. Okay, so it only takes... Wait. It only takes 1 argument. Okay, hold on. I think I typed this wrong, or you typed this wrong. One of us typed this wrong. Okay, yeah, I typed it wrong. I'm a dumbass. It's this. This align R actually takes in 3. It's my bad. I'm a dumbass. Okay. What? Oh, wait a second. Okay, hold on. Okay. Nah, yeah, I think, okay. Alright, I think we have a fundamental problem here that can't be solved here. I think whatever you wrote here is probably like, you know, genius level code for sure. Okay, combining the two registers. It may be slower, maybe faster. I don't think it matters because the fundamental problem is different. Those are some large values. But I think that it's just bugged out. Yeah, so I think the fundamental problem here is that this is not this. And the reason why it's not this is because we are convolving it on the inside. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think, hold on, this is a good question though. Do you think that it's possible for us to do this? Or am I cooking way too fucking hard right now? So if we think about convolution, right, that we're going around a cube, what if we did it on the outside and we just, then we would be able to do this? But then how do we do that? This is a horizontal sum, by the way. So we would be doing every offset once throughout the entire grid. I think I'm cooking. Hold on. You'd have to know the center. Wait. I think I'm cooking way too hard, but I think it would. This is actually VS 2008. Only one way to find out. Yeah, I think that this might be like a crackpot insane theory. But so convolution, right? What we're doing is we're going through the whole grid and then we're going to cube around it. I'm thinking like, what if we just have a bunch of offsets and then we just vectorize it inside instead? This song is kind of like penis music. I don't really know what's going on with it. It's like Halloween vibe. I don't know what. It's like witch music. I don't know what's going on with it. So we will need to do this. And I do advise us to just go -1. Oh wait. We're gonna run into a problem here. We're gonna run into a problem here. This is still going to be unaligned. I want to pre-compute the 9 spatial offsets. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, right? But I'm just doing this for I just wanted to do it this way to just test, right? How we would do it. Like, the problem with this is that this is still going to be unaligned, right? So it's still going to be x minus 1, right? And then we're going to do this sort of business. Yeah. Okay, so how are we going to sum? The good thing is that this is paralleled, right? Yeah. Yeah, because this is aligned. This is aligned. Okay, but how do we find where we're summing into? We need the opposite of the offsets, right? Yeah. So we can just do this like this. Like that. Wait. No, no, no. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Wait. I'm being so fucking stupid. I'm being so fucking stupid. God, I'm trying to do this in like a not stupid fucking way, but I think I'm just gonna do this in a stupid way. I do -2, no. No. Yeah, that writes the offset of the... Wait, no, I'm just really being stupid. Yeah, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. No, no, no. I already have this. This is where we're writing into. Duh. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I'm just being dumb. I'm just being fucking so stupid. So you just literally do this. Here. And you could just get rid of any of this. How do I get into this? Hold on. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Does that just work? Like, we don't even have to sum anymore. We don't even have to sum anymore. I think I'm thinking way too hard about this. This might just be it. I don't know. Too stupid to kind of figure out if this is... Okay, that's not correct. Yeah, it's not correct. Maybe we should try this just like with the original offsets just to prove that it works. Oh, also, wait, we have to also do DX if we do this. We also have to do DX if we do this. I forgot about that. Wait, but... Oh, we can't actually do this trick anymore. The whole point of this was to do the trick, and now we can't even do the trick anymore. Because now we're not guaranteed, because now we're not stepping across in this stride. So now we're permanently on... Wait. But we don't know where we start. Well that's a whole other bag of beans. Okay, hold on. Let's just try this. No. Okay, maybe we're missing something fundamental here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, yeah. But oh, yeah, we don't have to do this anymore because we were going in a different stride before. No. No, not correct. Not correct either. Where might we be going wrong? Oh. This. That's what it is. Okay. So these then need to be, just for testing purposes right now, we could preload them, right? Per offset, right? Just this. Because this is now kind of like... Oh, shit. Hold on. What is this made out of again? This is straight up this. Okay. So this is now becoming more more inefficient now that we've reached this point with it. Where the hell were we just now? Okay, so we need to actually set one PS this. Which now you can automatically see how this is going to be maybe a little bit more inefficient. And of course just cache the registers, but because we used to be doing them obviously in parallel there, and now that's not the case. Oh. I counted to 3. Okay, not that either. I mean, that was definitely a part of it. Oh, we really shouldn't be adding an undefined to itself. That also probably has something to do with it. I don't know why I kept that code in there, but okay, not that either. Oh. Because we need to be, okay, so that's what it is. We need to is this aligned? It should be aligned. It's not aligned. Also, there's no guarantee that this is aligned, obviously, because of that. But maybe this is faster anyway. we need to obviously accumulate into here, so that's what I was doing incorrectly, or at least one of the things that I was doing incorrectly. Oh, also I was setting this to this because yeah, I don't like what the fuck is wrong with me. It's much less of a bottleneck than load. Stores are buffered. Are stores? What does stores being buffered mean? Like they hold like they hold them and then dispatch them? What? I thought that it was just like streamed, but like, I don't know. I'm dumb, so there's also that. It also has to be, oh, yeah, this is going to be store, yeah. Oh, yeah, so this is actually, yeah. Okay, so some of them are aligned. This is going to be like 1% faster when we get done. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, yeah. We already knew that one was coming. Bro. Uh-huh. Yeah. No doubt. Dude, okay, first of all, so before we start like freaking out here, let's just try to load unaligned. This times this should be fantastic, right? Has to be. Yeah, no doubt. I hope that this is set up properly, but damn, yeah, this would blow if this I'm looking at it and I feel like we did all of this correct. So I feel like it's what it probably is it's the way that I'm doing this. This is probably a big problem. All right, let's lock in here. I got a good idea. Let's do where's the actual thing? Where is the... Is it not? It's not in here, is it? The fucking... Where's the Sobel kernel? It used to live here. Yeah, see, it used to live here, and then I moved it into a header file. God got an ad break. It's still wrong with load you. Yeah, so the problem is, I think it's this Sobel thing that's wrong. I think that this is wrong. Oh, here it is. Yeah. I had to rotate this so that I could get it into the X being the last stride. But maybe it's not correct. Maybe we need to go SX instead. And then just like try that one out for size. I do not know how bad the ads are. I just put it on like the recommended settings or whatever. And just kind of prayed that it's not too bad. Okay, so that's still wrong. So that is also a problem. So here's the thing. I have an idea. What if it's a threading issue? Okay, what if it's a multi-threading issue? We got to put our thinker caps on here. Put the thinker caps on. Okay, no, it's not. It's not. Maybe we're not supposed to be going into this NCIDX. No, we are. We 100% are. 100% are. You know what? We might not actually zero this array. Yeah, that might be it, bro. That might be it. Okay, so let's just try to do that. Let's try to zero that. And then see if that's the problem. Because that would kind of make sense. I think, okay, so what we were doing before, right, is that we manually zeroed it naturally because we just set it to the sum. So if we're accumulating the sum, then we have to manually zero it. So yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now where do I actually? Where's the simplest way that I can actually do this? We can totally like do it here. Here's where we zero the other stuff, and we can just like zero NUX. PCIDX, this should be the same index format. Should be, right? This is the same exact size. You gotta work with me here. Oh my god, it's the reason why it's not showing up is because it's not defined. Even though it is defined, it's just below it. Nice. Just move everything into a little nice little pile at the top. This actually, I think that this is actually gonna work though once I get this working. And then we want to do NA as well before we forget to do that later. This one is not a CIDX. it's just the PIDX. So that's fair. Because there are no channels for nabla A. Okay. Okay, we have some errors. Undeclared identifier. Brother, I just put it on top. Oh. Ah. Okay, yeah, so it is, that was, yeah. That was an undeclared identifier for a whole other reason. And what? 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 Why? Wait. Why? But okay, like I want to yeah, what? What? That is bizarre. I'm just getting a random crash now that I zeroed these arrays. Like, what? What's a random crash for? Did I, like, go out of bounds and index something incorrectly? Like, what? Okay, I guess... What the fuck am I going out of bounds for? Is this not padded? This has to be padded. It's not padded. Oh. Wait, why is that not padded? Okay. Well, I guess it's not padded. So there you go. Is a separate accumulator? Maybe. Maybe, but this is an accumulator array. Or at least that was the point. Yeah, it's literally, I think it's only those that aren't padded anymore because they didn't need to be padded, so... I think it's like, those are like the only two arrays that don't need to be padded in the whole thing. Okay. So now that that's fixed, let's just go back and try this out again. Okay, it works. Okay, it works. It's incredibly slow. Like not even close to being efficient. Like, it's not even. It's abysmal, yeah. Yeah, that's insane. But why is it so bad? Is what I don't understand. Like, why is it so bad? We try iterating channels on the outside. Well, it was a nice little experiment, I guess. Like, kind of sad, but, you know, it's a little experiment, I guess. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Wait, what? What? Oh, yo. Yo, what they're talking about in that computer systems book back there really makes sense about the whole cache line bullshit, bro. What? Are we reading that correct? The fuck are you talking about? What? What? How? What? How is that? What? Alright, so let's do the side by side. Write bad arguments classes. Save a lot of time. I've had a lot of bad arguments, but only with the wife. Is this software rendering by any chance? Converting 2D space to 3D. I'm seeing sim stuff. Yeah, it's not software rendering per se. It's still done DX9 on the GPU. Dude, it's faster. It's fucking faster. It is slightly faster. Holy shit. Holy shit, bro. L3 cache kind of fast. L3 cache looking kind of nice right about now. Holy shit. We made it about 10 microseconds faster. Holy. And that's only half of it. That isn't the other function. Damn. Wow. Hashtag worth it. Hashtag worth it. Yeah, but loads aren't expensive. I feel like apparently loads aren't expensive, especially when they're aligned. I don't know, according to my intuition, which has never led us astray. But alright, so now we just need to copy it for the other one. I did not think that it was going to be faster, to be honest. I thought that it was so cooked. Alright, so now we just get rid of the channels on this one. This is the one without any channels. You know what's also crazy is that we can preload these registers as well, so that we don't have to set 1 PS every time in a loop. I feel like set 1 PS definitely isn't like a big, that's not a big speed hack, right? But maybe. Okay, so here's a question for you. You seem to know a bit about this. So how expensive are regs if we just like keep them around? You know what I mean? Like if I just like am like, I'm gonna pre-cache these regs into an array of regs, would the lookup be slower than just this? It would be slower, right? Or, well, we still have this lookup anyway, so it wouldn't be slower. Another 1 milliseconds? Yeah? Is that what you're saying? Okay. I don't know, somebody the other day was like mad at me because I like put some modulus, I pre-computed some modulus in some lookup table, and they were like, dude, the compiler's gonna do that for you. Registers are free? Okay. I don't know, I looked up that I might run out of regs if I, you know, use too many regs. But then I like did the math on it, and then I was like, oh wow, you actually have a lot of space to work with. But yeah, I don't know. But if you're saying that regs are free, then regs are free. I think the only way to optimize this further I think the only way to optimize this further would be to pre-compute these offsets. Literally have an array, but then you would have a lookup instead of this, but I don't know how. I feel like a lookup is better than doing this every time. We're very close. It will spill to stack. Holy shit, really? We're very close. It will spill to stack. That sucks ass, actually. So regs are not free. So you lied to me. You straight up lied to me. You lied to me. So this is just bullshit. What I did here is just bullshit. This is bullshit. This is just a whole bunch of bullshit. Okay, so here's another thing. These are multi-threaded. So is this per core or not? Is it 8 per core or not? Maybe this can be optimized more. Maybe you can just like literally do, probably figure out a way to do this with 8, but this is multi-threaded. So we have 2 threads of this happening at once. And then we have 2 doing other things. Like this. So but I feel lied to. You told me that regs are free. Regs are not free. That's the opposite of free. Is it 8 per core? Okay, I feel like we could do it. We could swing that. It's not going to be trivial, but we can swing it. Okay, let's see if we did the whole, I missed something here. I have an extra something is off. Oh. Okay, so it's totally spilling to stack all the time. It's all over the stack. Okay, this is slightly faster. Okay, so this is 8. And yeah, so that's okay. So per core, it's fine. That's okay. You didn't. So I've got to rethink some stuff then, including how I pre-compute. We should not be preloading any of these then. We should not preload anything here. We don't need to keep the no. We don't. So I'm getting rid of that right now. However, now the consequence of that is that I have to refactor a bunch of fucking code though. That assumes that would be a thing. I just want to go through like here and then just see if I have static const. Does that count? That doesn't count, right? Does it? You're lying. You're lying if that counts. Does that fucking count? If that counts, that's so fucking stupid. Can't they just keep a -4 like really close and then just put it in when we need it? Like, if that counts, that's so fucking cooked. If it's static const, it just like eats it up. That would be really annoying. I don't know, I tried to Google this and I didn't get good information, so. If we want to do the blur like this, we could also do the blur like this. Do the blur the exact same way and put this on the outside. But for now, we have to do the torus. Compile will free them up. Okay, good. Okay. That's what I like to hear. Directly to okay, good. Okay, so there's no point in even putting them as static const, so it's just whatever. I wish that they could just like they had like a little pocket to like put a -4 right next to it. I don't know. That would be nice. It would be nice to know that they just kept it near and close by. Okay, so we don't run out of regs anywhere else in here, which is what I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing good. I almost crashed out. I almost crash out all the time. Okay, so this is close. This is close. That's all right though. Oh wait, this is what we did. This is what we just did. Okay. Okay, and the rest of this. Okay, this is a bit of a problem. This one's a problem. This one's a fucking problem. All right. So this one we're over regs. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Okay, so here's an idea here. So these are our constants, right, for the calculation, right? So we have the velocity damp, the sigma stuff, etc., etc. That's all used for the calculation, right? Here's an idea. Like, what if we just looped 3 times to do x, y, and z separate, and then we end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we just do 1 during the loop? Is that legal? And is 3 loops more cursed? I feel like this is why compilers were made, right? So that we don't have to deal with this shit ourselves. Based on what we learned earlier, I feel like our channels should be on the outside as well, but that's a separate issue. Sounds costly, but who knows? Yeah, you're telling me. Isn't it costly to have it spilled to stack, like you were saying, though? Like, I feel like this is a bad thing to have over the amount. If I could just do this, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's tough. Spilling to stack is super costly. Word up. Okay, so we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this and just do it in line. We just do this in line. This still takes up a reg, though. Just for less time, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get around it. I mean, we could just like literally do these set 1 PS every time, but that's just like incredibly slow, no? Maybe they can vectorize this better than we can? I don't know. Like, this is what it would end up being. You just gotta try it out, give it a shot. Can we reuse the UX register each time? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. The ad break. Dude, how many ads are you getting? Oh man. I mean, thanks for not having a thanks for not having an ad blocker. I have a sneaking suspicion that they crank the ads up because other people don't have ad blockers. Or that other people have ad blockers. They crank it up so that the people with ad blockers get without ad blockers get a ton of fucking ads. So I'm new to the whole ad thing though, because I got monetized and then I got the ability to press the button, you know? So I never thought I would, I never thought I would reach the threshold where I could press the glorious ad button, you know? I don't press it, I mean it presses it for me, apparently. You know what it says? It says that we should make this a thing. It can't actually be const. It says that during during boring moments, then there will be an ad break. So whatever fucking AI algorithm YouTube has must find me very boring, I guess, for that to be the case. Okay. Okay, there you go. This damp that'll be our little thing. That'll be our secret. We'll just do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Most people do not like to watch coding streams. Okay, that felt a bit personal. Are you not like other... 99% of population teams, this is boring? I guess so. I did do that. You are so right about that. What do I mean undeclared identifier? Okay, yeah, that is true. That is true. The mold mask is undeclared. The mold mask is undeclared. And this is also undeclared. That is very true. Okay, listen, we don't care about this. We're just gonna comment it out, man. We're gonna refactor this in a bit, man. Man, they gotta make... If they had a button that you could just like press that just like commented out whatever was the problem, I would press that shit all the time. It's like, dude, yeah, I know, man. Just like get rid of it for 1 second, bro. That would be so fucking awesome. Okay, unresolved external symbol. Pre-compute Sobel registers. Okay, yeah, I completely get you on that, but you just gotta trust me. My whole screen went green from comments. Yeah. It was all tied together. Okay, so this is working. Wait. Yeah, because we have the mu velocity going on here. We do have the mu velocity going on here. Absolutely. Okay, I don't know what it was before. And I have no ability to go. Holy fucking shit. Oh wait, no, that's reintegration. That's reintegration. This is still a lot of code, not gonna lie. I kind of do want to see the side-by-side, to be honest, just to know what we're working with here. Just to have, like, the feeling of, like, happiness in my brain, you know? You get that. This wasn't this before. It was, it was this. You can just, like, straight up drop this guy in there, and then you're good to go. There. You're good to go after that. Man, I remember that Winona Ryder was in fucking Stranger Things, and I just, like, got depressed this morning. I don't know why I remembered that, but man, that just shit depresses me. Like, man, fucking Stranger Things sucks. I saw a person who plays GTA San Andreas, and it's 900 watchers. It's the same fucking thing, bro. It's the same thing. There's a person who plays GTA that has 900 watchers. Yeah. I think my sister was playing GTA San Andreas. I get dopamine all the time from small numbers, yeah. Seeing I program this complex project gives me so much energy to program, even when I'm bad. You're not bad, I'm bad. Are you kidding me? Have you been watching the stream, man? I'm fucking seriously don't know what the fuck I'm doing, bro. Are we calling this function? Thanks for the good luck, though. I'm gonna need it. Am I calling the function? Okay, let's see. Let's go here. Are we calling this new function that does it? We are. We fully are. And there's no difference. So maybe I just really have regs like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just really have regs like that. You know what I mean? Maybe they just don't have regs like I do. Okay, here's a giant idea. Okay, here's a good question. Can I unscope regs? Like that? Oh man, that's the most cursed fucking code I've ever written, I think. Holy shit. What is that? Really went over the limit of 16 regs? I thought you said it was 8. I thought you said it was 8. I'm scoping the regs right now. What is this code? Oh no. Oh man. Oh man. What is that? What is that? At this point, just write it in assembly, bro. 8 per core, brother. Brother, I have 4 threads. Develop a multiplayer game. Add features in it after play with people. Entertainment. No. No, thank you. Okay, here's a question. So if I have 4 threads, maybe we're just automatically spilling over because of the other shit. Because of the meshing stuff. So maybe this isn't even the problem. I think what I'm doing here has to be correct though. In some level. I don't think anybody's ever written something like this before, though. Like, what the fuck is this? Genuinely, what the fuck is that? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Mr. Ritchie never deemed... Mr. Ritchie himself clawing from his grave. Okay. I think you're doing the compiler part by hand right now. Yeah. Okay, but this is definitely, we're definitely under the amount with the scopes. 100%, no doubt. Now we do make the damp and that survives the whole time, but at max we're at 5 here, and then we hit vel. Oh, these guys don't go out of scope before we hit damp vel. Oh shit. Okay, you hate to see it, but we gotta scope this. No, that's not right. 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 Fucking Christ. Okay. Maybe we should stop going so hard here because we don't even know if the other shit is spilling. In fact, it probably is. So this shit is happening at the same time. So it's probably hogging the other regs, right? So Very true. There's also this shit. I almost forgot about this. Stop being the compiler? Bro, listen. This can't be right. This can't be right. This can't be right. Because we just keep these guys around. Fuck, man. What are these even used for? Ah, yeah. We gotta figure that out, man. We gotta figure that out. Stop being the compiler. Okay, so we gotta do this manually. We gotta do this manually and stop doing whatever the fuck this is. 100%, 100%, 100%. Just like straight up do that, yeah. They are family by now? I'm splitting them up. I'm splitting them up. We can't have them loitering around any longer. Okay. So we have these guys on demand now. This we could just straight up. Okay, so let's be the compiler here for a second just to. Okay. So the indices. Okay. Shit. Okay, this is actually quite complicated. Fuck. Ah. You need to turn these into indices before we multiply by cell size, but the problem is that now we're out of regs because of it. So, yeah. Also, all of this can be aligned, so that's pretty nice. But, what is the solution to that problem, eh? Now, you could do something really, really suspicious here. And multiply and then divide out the fucking cell size after you store, but I feel like that's so fucking bad. That is so bad. But all of this is how you wait a second. Yeah, that's how you get the padding. That's how you get the padding dealt with. Hold on a second. But now wait. But now our padding is actually more. Our padding is actually 4. Okay, maybe you're right about this. No. You're not with the vibe right now. Okay, hold on. You're right. You're right. You're kind of right. Oh shit, you are so right actually. Wait, yo. That's so true actually. You just do the 2s separately. Aha, okay. You are so right actually. You just do the first load and then the second load. Aha. I am a bit slow sometimes. No, yeah, that's so right actually. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, we still have a problem. I don't think it's still gonna be enough, even if we do this. Let's lock in here. Also, this is a problem, but we can fix that by just, you know, doing this inline. That's absolutely fine. No problem. No problems allowed. Because we only use it there. I think that's guaranteed. So we have 6, 7, 8. Wait, holy shit. Is it exactly 8? No. Dude, they picked a good number. They picked a good number. I think it is exactly 8. And that's just enough for us to get by, my man. That's just enough to get by. Okay, in my defense, okay, I did do some Googling, and then they were like, bro, listen, you've got like L1 cache to spare, bro. So don't worry about the regs. So I was like, okay, fine. This is a lot of storing, but trust me, it is necessary. It's a necessary evil for what we do later. I mean, you are hunting for every % of performance. Yep. That is true. How do you know about this? Do you do job? Do you job? Okay, we gotta get rid of the 1s because now we don't have 2s. So that just makes sense to get rid of the 1s. Weird priorities, I know, but I want to ask how to make a game engine like you, because I feel like I lost at this. Other project I've tackled was easy to do without even knowing how the code would even work. What is the roadmap to make a game engine like I did? So it's a lot of good questions. So there are really good books, but I didn't read any books before I did my game engine, but I kind of wish I did. There's a lot of great, like, probably like interesting that you would enjoy reading about it. But if you don't want to read books, which is absolutely fine, then I'd say, so I started with a Raycaster because I wanted to make like something retro and cool and like on the CPU, purely CPU. It was all CPU rendered, right? And then I slowly, you know, I wanted to add collision, and then I added physics, and then I did the next thing, and then so really it was just the parts of it that I thought would be sick to like play, like, you know, just like jumping around, and I did like, you know, then I added like b-hop and like velocity logic and stuff like that, and then I made my UI system because I wanted like this trippy UI system with like sliders that you could like do in any direction and shit like that. And then I added like all the cool graphical stuff, and then I added animation, and so it was like just parts and parts and parts and parts of just shit that I wanted to see. It was never like, oh, let me make the giant framework for the whole thing. It was like it was just one part at a time until it all started to come together. Did comp sci 6 years ago, and now I do DevOps. That's cool. That is very cool. Yeah, maybe I should do something like that. I don't really know what I want to do, like career-wise. I don't really think I'll ever like be able to work a 9 to 5. I don't think that I'm kind of like the personality type for it, but I think, I don't know. something something something. One day. DevOps does seem cool, and like all the security stuff does seem cool. All of my projects are kind of impractical though. You know, a lot of people come on here and like, okay, but why? Right? And it's like, it's always interesting. It's like, because I thought it would be cool. I think most people nowadays are kind of like looking for a resume project rather than something that's fucking cool. I don't know. Then do I download OpenGL and program C? OpenGL and C. Yeah, I mean, sure, whatever language you want. I think, you know, C, C++ are kind of D languages for a game engine. You could also do like Rust or whatever, but yeah, 100% would recommend you to do C or C++, yeah. Because otherwise, you know, it's just going to be slower, you know. And you typically want a game engine to be fast. But you don't have to download OpenGL. It should just come with your, you know, graphics card. So yeah, no problem. If you have any like specific questions, like when you actually start doing the game engine, then, you know, just shoot them my way. Okay, so these regs we are going to have to do like we did it before. However, unfortunately, we can't really scope things like this. I think that hopefully this should be taken care of for us, though. So I don't think that we should freak out that much. We should actually do the clean code bullshit and put it in here. We should have this as a thing. Thank you. God bless you as well. Clean code, clean code, clean code. Okay, so now this one reg is going to be, I don't really want to rewrite all of this shit to scope it. That sounds like really disgusting, actually. I say as I write it like this. Oh no, what is he fucking doing? What is his problem? This actually isn't one. This is the pad RG, and this takes in the padding. And then this we could do inline. I think this is a thing, right? Yeah. Is it actually the ZP? Is it padded? I think it's padded. Yeah, it is PC. Very true. Oh wait, no, you can just do this in line. What am I saying? Yeah. First index, compute, store. What do you mean? Wait, what? I need to add them across though. At the end, that's why. Unless I'm missing something. You're just saying to do everything in line? I was trying to just make the register once to set 1 PS and then just like have this efficient. You can collapse it into one expression. Yeah, but then don't you have 2 set 1 PSs by doing this twice? Like if you have this basically inline here, you have it twice. So that's what I was trying to avoid it with, but. I mean, you could technically do it, right? You could technically just like literally do this, right? But you would have it 3 times for this. You'd have this 3 times. And then you could technically do it all in one here, but it would be an incredibly long expression. And you would have that 3 times. But yeah, technically you could just IMX could just be that. Oh wait, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you don't need these regs at all. You're right. It is confusing, but yeah, you're right. Okay, let's do that then. This can still be scoped, but okay, let's put it into one expression. It is kind of cursed. So this will all be inside of here. Or it doesn't have to all be, but yeah, I is the only thing that needs to persist. You are right about that. It is going to be cursed though, but we can do it. No. This is like a real easy way to make a really bad bug. I feel like. no. As soon as I copy and pasted the first one, I was like, man, this is, I don't know, man. Oh, please, man. You start to really miss Helix when you go here. Okay, I think it's fine. Yeah. That's correct. That's correct. Okay. This is the only thing that persists because there's no reason for it not to. Then it needs to be used for both of them. Okay, there. We're not here for the beauty, we're here for the speed. Oh man. When I put this on GitHub, I really, I don't know what people are gonna think of it. Like, okay. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we just have to bring it down there and do the second one. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll just do the second one because it's going to look a lot different than this. The mole also, okay, so that's fine. It's not necessarily beauty, but if I ever have to change anything with the meshing, it's like, there's no way I'm going to be able to fucking figure anything out. Okay, so now this just persists. That's absolutely fine. I wonder if we have to scope all of it because these aren't going to be used later, but whatever. How many are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah, there's no way. If we were at 5, then I'd consider it. I was considering like maybe we could set 1 PS here once and get away with it, or do the delta load once. Or no, not the delta load, but the yeah. Wait, but okay, here's a question for you. If I do the no, but those then they immediately go out of scope. Since the compiler will do that, really? The compile, like if I just have this, then it'll just do this. That's fine. It's more about making sure that we have the right number at every time. But you're probably right. But I think explicitly us scoping it to make sure that this goes out of scope, it's helping me sleep at night. Okay. All of this stuff is actually the same. It's fine. Okay, so now here's the satisfying part is that we can, if the compiler doesn't suck ass, well, you've got to understand that this is MSVC from 2008. So it's like not, I spelled it wrong. I definitely spelled it wrong. You gotta like think here. I 100% spelled that wrong. How the fuck do I spell this shit? Okay, well that's embarrassing. I'm not dyslexic, am I? Oh, the C is before the, yeah, no doubt. Okay, so question here. should I just make these no, I can't because they're thread specific. It only enters into this once a frame, but this is a lot of arrays. Even I can admit that this is a lot of fucking arrays. Even I can admit it, okay? And to have to align all of these arrays, I don't know how good computers are, but I feel like aligning has to take some amount of effort, but that's a lot even for me, you know? Like, that's a fucking lot of arrays, man. Whatever. I'm not counting. Oh, we gotta align that shit. For sure. For sure gotta align this shit. Absolutely. More code? KL, I'm, you know me, I'm all over the code. You can clean this up with a struct of arrays or array of structs approach. Yeah, but I thought, okay, so here's, okay, so this used to be, if I could explain this used to be a struct. This used to be a struct. This used to be a struct. And I also used to have, this as a vec3. In fact, this might even still be a vec3 for the other version for me to prove it. These were all vec3s. The verts were all vec3s, as you can see here. But then I realized if I wanted to micro optimize everything, then I could do it like this. But maybe now that I'm aligning everything, it's slower. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I'm a big vec3 fan. I got vec3s all over the place. But I heard that it's actually just faster to have 3 separate arrays for X, Y, and Z. If you want to micro optimize it. But I don't know what's true. Like, maybe there's more memory traversal if you do it this way, but it's kind of hard to know. But the good thing about this is that we can store out all of the X's separately and all the Y's separately, you know? So that's kind of the... But in every other project, I'm full of vec3s. Because of the cache. Loading X only brings X into cache, yeah. That's what I heard. And so that's why everywhere I painfully refactored everything to be this rather than vec3s. But to be honest, have I seen an improvement? No. Stop complaining about it. Listen, I'm all about destructive arrays. I'm all about it. I've read the books. I'm all about it. However, this is disgusting. What I'm doing here is definitely disgusting. Wait. Yeah, this is cooked. This is cooked. So the normals are going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. This is really a problem. Process XI array is structured better. The computing distances. Yeah, that's also, I also did hear that, but then for like simmed purposes, I needed them separate for loading. So that's why I did it. It's the same reason also because it's the same reason we also have this fucked up layout here where channels were channel major instead of grid major, which is how it used to be. It's like correct, right? To go like grid major here and then channel at the end, because I'm loading in X because we're not guaranteed to have 3 channels. So that's why that happened. But you are probably right in terms of like some computing sense during like some of our stuff. It probably would be better to be AOS, but probably not all of it. Probably. There is a lot of transformation that happens with the data. In fact, like I was thinking like maybe for like some of it we want to be AOS and some of it we want to be SOA. There's also that argument to be made. So definitely is true that we kind of are in 2 different, you know, what's that sound? Whatever. You always want SOA? Yeah. For a sim, you always want SOA. But, you know, there are some parts, like you saw earlier, that simmed may not even be the, you know. I mean, like, this is cursed. This is fucking cursed. This is fucking so cursed. Oh, shit. Can we even do this? No, we can't. Wait, hold on. Yeah, we can do this. We need A, B first, and then get C later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Shit. Oh shit. Okay, we can make it work. We're gonna have to do some funky shit though. Okay, we're gonna have to do some funky shit here. This is not easy. Okay. Okay, so first of all, A and B X, so we're okay, never mind. So this is fine. It's not actually bad. We just have to do this first and then reuse this. Yeah. So we'll just call this oh, this is gonna be completely unreadable. Yeah, I know we can collapse it, but it's gonna be completely unreadable. Get 8 by computer. Yeah, we can do it. We're just gonna have to reuse it like this. Okay, we have to make sure that we don't fuck this up. So it's this and then just it's just this and then this and then this and then this. It's A and B and A and B and A and B. So all we have to do is this. The worst part is that we have to do this for all of the 3 of them because they're unrolled. So Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, but then these go out of scope at the end. They go out of scope at the end. Yeah. We have barely enough. We have barely enough. It's barely enough. Let's see. For all three, nx equals sub mol. And then store out. Let me think about that. If you're saying do v and u at the same time, I want to avoid recalculating anything if possible, but let's see. So if we just if we do it in line, yeah, you would end up recalculating stuff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah, in that case you would... Yeah, you would end up recalculating stuff if I do that. Like, you could definitely do this in line, right? Like, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But I think it's possible for us to do this without recalculating u, v, or whatever. You know, I think it's possible. I do think it's possible. We are going to have to do a few extra loads, which is annoying. Yeah, we are going to have to do a few extra loads, though, due to it, because we have to do this. We have to load B again, if you get what I mean. So this one is C minus A. And so this would be... Oh, we have to load A again. That's what I mean. And then B becomes that. So... Sorry, I'm taking this slow. I just don't want to mess it up. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I did it. And now all we have to do is do this in line. I have backups of that, so I'm free to just delete that, but yeah. Holy shit, we're really doing it. We're really doing it. Also, this should be like greater than or equal to 2. So the reason why this is greater than or equal to 2 is because I saw a slowdown from us doing sim done it every time. Because sometimes we only have one triangle. So. Okay. And now we get to the end. And we store that out into there, so that's fine. How much time did we fill off? Yeah, so let me compile it in a second here. I just want to make sure that at the end we don't store anything. We don't store anything. I just want to just store this like that, and that should be it. Okay, let's see. Oh, that sucks. That does suck. That does suck a lot. Yeah, that's not a normals issue. That is literally well, I wish I had fucking good news for you, but unfortunately, I think that we probably fucked up somewhere here. And so there's no good news, unfortunately. I guess it's possible that this II actually this is supposed to be set1 PS1. That's possible, I guess. But yeah, bummer. I have to figure out the bug, but yeah, we made a bug somewhere. Oh, hold on no, yeah. The indices go through and that's fine. We try manually computing the indices again, I guess, to see if it's an index issue or not, but it's kind of hard for us to do so. Yeah, it might be an index issue, I guess. Probably did this wrong. That's a bummer. Oh, GP reg. We didn't actually do this. Oh. And our offset, we don't. Okay, so GP reg. What was GP reg? It used to be grid padded. Okay, so that might explain something. I didn't realize that was in use. So. That might be it right there. But it might be some other bug that's hiding around. Nah, yeah, unfortunate. Oh well. Oh, CS also is one that we didn't have. I feel like even with that though, we would be drawing something. Oh, there we go. There you go. To be honest, I'm not sure what it was like before. compared to that, I think it, to be like completely honest with you, I think it's the same, if not slightly longer. So I could test it real quick. I'm kind of curious myself, but I do want to keep a copy of this can add smarter compiler from 2008. Okay, it was a 2008 compiler. Like, listen, I feel like I'm smarter than a 2008 compiler. Maybe that's crazy to say, but Klon says he can rewrite the compiler. Oh. All right, let's try it. See where we're at. Yeah, it's about the same. Yeah, it's about the same. I mean, it's actually, it's slightly, I think it is slightly faster, the version that we made. Yeah, it is slightly faster. So what I'm seeing is a lot of 1-1, and this is a 1-2 here. This is, by the way, this is, you know, the rendering. These are the two rendering threads. So what I should have like a moving mean of it, like a moving average of the of it, so that we could tell. But actually, I think it's faster what we made, because we dipped below 100 plenty of times in the new version. So maybe like 10. I don't know what that is, if it's microseconds or what, but all right, thanks a lot for all the help today. I appreciate it. Not a lot of people know whatever the fuck any of this is doing, so I really appreciated all the help, so thanks. Good luck with your stuff. I write code on pen and paper and ask Klon to convert it to machine code. Rob, you're a national treasure. Yeah, I think it's just about the same. I mean, it's probably slightly faster, but yeah, I think it's slightly faster, but ever so slightly. Yeah, I think it is faster, because this is well below 100. And with the other version, we never get below 100. Also, some small things that we can probably fix. I want to delete these. Probably some small optimizations we can do. Like this. Like if I scope this, I don't know, the compiler probably does this for you, right? But might as well try. I really wonder how AI would do if you were like, hey, I'm working on a project in Visual Studio 2008. I'm trying to write. I'm doing the compiler's job by hand for fun. It'd be in the training data somewhere, really? That's impressive. That is so impressive. That is so impressive. I think it's technically faster to put the channels on the outside, according to me. I know maybe I'm stupid or whatever, but okay, maybe it isn't. We really should have a moving average sort of thing. That would be very, very nice. How do we do that? We just have a global float that it accumulates into and then test like that. I feel like the extra branching here isn't necessary, to be honest. We can just probably keep the inner, I don't know. Also, something here that we have to fix this. This is really ugly. This is probably a lot of memory traffic right there. Yeah, so that's what I'll do next is fix the, some of these arrays are disgusting, the memory layout, so we should fix that. If we're optimizing it. So that's what I'll do next. But okay, so if we want to do this moving average for the mean of this, I'm just going to make a global, I guess. Yeah. I know that this is like janky or whatever, but I don't really 100% care. Okay, let's see that. Bro. Oh, wait, I'm not actually... Oh my god. Oh, I crack myself up sometimes. Okay, so now we have the mean mesh. It's not a nice mesh. It's very mean. Okay, it seems kind of hard with all the other goddamn numbers going on. Seems to be longer this way. Yeah, it does seem to be longer that way. Alright, so channels on the outside it is. Something else here, this X, Y, and Z, we don't actually even use the X, Y, and Z, do we? So we can just get rid of these variables completely, I'm pretty sure. Feel like not necessary, most of these. Now let's profile this. What? Wait, what? I didn't read it. Oh, I do use X, Y, and Z. Oh. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Okay, well, that looks different than it did before, which is interesting. Okay, this seems a lot slower. Seems a lot slower. I had how it defaults to block comments. It's so fucking weird why it defaults to block comments in this. Maybe I'm just driving myself crazy and it's the exact same thing here. Like... Now this without a doubt seems faster. Without a doubt seems faster if I do it that way. Okay, so we'll keep this because I was apparently correct about that. Even though it seems incorrect. Okay. Okay, this array is what we need to change. EA is it's just integers, is all it is. It's just integers. And edge array is the same thing. I just nested structs because I assumed that that was the fastest memory layout. I didn't mean to press that. However, it's not the fastest memory layout. We should have it like everything else. And just compute the offsets like this, but okay, let's sketch it out, I guess. So the issue is that it needs to be per thread, right? And so you would have thread baked in here. So it's XYZ thread. And also, yeah. So this would be edges v1 for view 1. And this would be the memory layout, so. I almost did include. Ew. Isn't this supposed to be +2 though? Maybe because you don't have the other side, the other edge. But then how do you index it? Or you don't add 1. Yeah, weird. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, okay, so that, let's just trust my own convention here and then just like do that. Alrighty, so I almost aligned it. There's no point in aligning it, silly. I'm addicted to the alignments. Let me see the better way of indexing this. Now you want t times this you want this way. Yeah. For sure. This should be ET IDX, and then this is E IDX where we. It should literally be that, yeah. Neat. Okay. This function is pretty long. It's just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, fuck. We forgot about the axis, bro. We forgot about the axis. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Don't I have... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. That is gonna be a problem. Where did I put this? Where was I putting this? Where was I putting this? Say it again. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. I don't know what's the better way of indexing this in terms of cache. I don't really know how much it matters, but I think either way we're screwed. So I don't really think that there's like, you know, yeah, either way we're kind of screwed. So let's not even worry that much about it. All right. So the equivalent would be edges v1. Okay, so before this really bothers me, it really should be v1 edges to stay, it's in the same with everything else, the same convention, because everything else has that convention, so I have to fix that before we keep going. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying my best here. Only so much I can do. This is just inherently very, you know, annoying code to optimize. It's not very easy, so I'm doing kind of like inherently very branchy logic, so I also have to take a look at these as well, but those are going to be more complicated, so yeah, I mean, I slightly regret unrolling that entire loop, because it makes this fucking my job now really fucking hard. but whatever. So when we mem set it to 0, now we have to mem set the other array. Or mem set it to -1. Where is that function? Reset mesh generation. That's where it should be. It is here. Now we just mem set the whole thing once. For v1 edges, -1 times, we should just have that as a define, to be honest. Edge grid size, edge. Nice. Okay. I think that that's actually it. I don't think that these, during our stitching, we actually... I don't think during our stitching we actually used the edges at all. Yeah, we used the border. Oh my god, what is that? It's the code that I wrote? What the fuck is that? Funny enough, that code doesn't even take that long at all, but oh my god, what did I do? What did I do? What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What did I do? Sir? Alright, let's see something. I'm interested to see if we do single threaded, if it's buggy. Or if it's, yeah, it might be a threading issue. Okay, it's not. It is not a threading issue. Okay. So we did something wrong. Uh, huh. Okay. So that was single threaded, so that's not really a good... Seems about the same. I'd imagine it has to be somewhat faster, I mean... It is kind of interesting how it isn't deterministic anymore. I mean, according to this, it's that is the better way of indexing it, which is interesting. Or no, now it says it doesn't matter. Well, no, it's 111. That is interesting. Okay, we'll keep it indexed like that, I guess. I wonder if edge deduplication also should be per channel. I never really thought about that, but maybe. Maybe not, because they emit separately. Anyway. I have no guarantee about this. Is a pointer dereference faster than 2 multiplications? Probably not. I don't know why I'm even asking that. Probably not. Errors? No, there's no errors. I'm just looking to see if I can get any extra performance out of here. I'm trying to figure out, to be honest, if there's any ways that I can. Trying to figure out what to do next. Yeah, basically. I just refactored this array called edges, this one, so that I collapsed this entire thing into one array, which theoretically should make things faster, but I mean, not really, you know? But now we can do this, which may make things faster. I'm not really sure if it will, but we can try it next. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to put this on the struct or collapse it like this into an array that is indexed by threads, right? So there's two options. I can keep it on the threads struct and then dereference the pointer to go to here, or I can just index it like this, lower, or LB, lower border, and then upper border. Just to avoid the pointer dereference from having it on the struct, right? So the other option would just for me to put this array on the thing and then on the thread and then just have that, right? That's the other option. So I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do. I think I'm just going to do this. Also need indices. They're both just ints. But yeah, it is a lot of memory, to be honest, that you're touching there, but technically it is all parallel and it's indexed the same way. It's a lot of arrays. Actually, I'm not sure if you need it for each view. Yeah, you don't need it for each view. No, you don't need it per view. So it's just that. And this is the indices, of course. The weird thing is that this indexing is so strange. I don't understand why I did this +1. That's what I was trying to figure out earlier, but it's fine. Anyway, so let's figure out the indexing for this. I have to make another macro to index into these. After I finish doing these two arrays were always on the back burner for me to do, but after I finish doing these two arrays, then I'll move back to the Sobel refactor that we have to do. So instead of, so this EIDX is going to be, we're going to do a BIDX. That's what that is. What that other code is doing. Yeah. Technically it should. Yeah, I think that this is correct. I think it should be the exact same size as that. Okay. So let's actually start replacing the code now. So did I call it V1LB? Fuck, I forgot what I just called the array. No, just LB. So this IDX will now, we can just do BIDX to do the exact same thing with P0X, P0Y, P0Z. That'll make this a lot cleaner. And then EIDX, ETIDX with IDX, this next vertex axis, and the TID. Do all of that inline, and that's that. Oh. Okay, that should be it. Obviously, you can write this even more efficiently like that. Okay. Well, I am very excited to see what I did wrong here. I have no doubt that I am doing something wrong. But to be honest, I don't really remember how this code works. So, in my defense, I don't remember how it works because I didn't write it and I took it out of some fucking, yeah. Surely. No. Because I was trying to solve a stupid problem with a stupid solution. So what this code does is it is basically keeping track of every single point we get that is on the border between two different threads work sections, right? And if a point falls exactly on the border, we need to know, because the normals need to be smoothed across after, so that things don't look bad. So that's what that's about. Now, was it over-engineered a little bit? Maybe, but it works. And really, it's the most efficient way I can think of to do it, so. I think it's edge array size. Okay, and now just to do the stitching itself, which is in this file. Just to do the stitching itself, which is actually going to be the most annoying part. So int I0 equals so what exactly is happening here? We have an axis. We're iterating. Ooh. Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, this is yeah, I can definitely actually I think I can. No, unfortunately I can't actually vectorize this because it's not contiguous. I can only do every axis at once actually, but it'd be complicated. Also, why is this I is greater than 0? I is guaranteed to be greater than 0. Oh. Wait, what? Why do we not stitch for... Huh, maybe we only stitch for... Oh, right, it's because this thread is to the right, right? And yeah. This is doing the lower and then this is doing the upper, so... That makes sense. Because the lower on the lowest thread is not going to have anything to border. You can totally vectorize the axis, yeah, but... No, yeah, you can't. Well, If we put axis on the end of the axis is at the end actually of the thing. Yeah, I don't think that you're ever going to have a point at the same cell on a different axis on the border. Or if you do, it would be very, very rare. Maybe not actually. Trying to visualize how we would do it. We would index into it here, load in everything for the axis, and then we would get 4 integers, right? And then 4 integers from there, from the upper border for the other mesh. Okay, so yeah, so it would basically be, we would compare then index by but you have to load that into No, yeah, you can't because this isn't contiguous. Yeah, because these vertices are not actually contiguous in axis, and that's impossible to do because they're not emitted that way. Okay, yeah, you can't vectorize that. Okay, so yeah, let's just do this the normal way then. So LB this is still an ETIDX for the BIDX. No, it is no. This just takes in this, right? The lower indices. Right, so LBI to get the indices, then the ETIDX inside of here, which has the number of stitches, then the axis, and then the I is the T. And then that is axis, and then I is the T. Pretty complicated, but that's that. And now it's just the same thing for the upper. I always said that I would make this faster somehow. I don't actually know how I would, though. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, so this is upper with lower indices. And this is actually the mesh TD for the upper border is actually I minus 1. Okay, almost forgot that one. And then this one has upper indices. And then this one has upper border and upper indices with I plus 1 for the border. Good thing I don't actually have to think through this because earlier me already thought through it, so. Okay, so we have some errors which say that we have this IDX is, oh. Right, this IDX is actually this, which is the B IDX. Whoops. My bad. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Huh. Okay, so. That wouldn't be the stitches because the stitches are just normals. No, that would be the edges. That has to be the edges. Colliding somewhere. I want to try the other convention for indexing. This one's quite violent. Ah, there we go. Happens again. I very highly doubt that that has to do with stitching, but we can quickly disable stitching just to test. It's better to disable it from here. Doubt it. I think that that's just an edge bug. Yeah, still happening. Definitely an edge duplication bug. Has to do with things that are hitting 0, it looks like. It's either with hitting 0 or hitting the top. That they collapse. Collapse into the same index. Yeah, you know what? I feel like this should be a BIDX thing. I really do. The fact that it wasn't working earlier, maybe that means that we should just like cave in and actually do a padding of 2 so that it's proper. Offset only goes positive, right? This only goes positive, right? Yeah, it only goes positive, so that was the whole point of indexing it the way that we did. But apparently this doesn't work either. So now everything's going to be off. No. Okay. Never mind. I guess that's just fixed then. Okay. I was like, oh, we couldn't do BIDX before. So we can't do it. And then I just changed it to that, and then it suddenly was like, okay, no, this time it works. So I guess maybe it was me not having the right size for the array, and that was the thing. But yeah. Okay. So, I think that that's pretty much everything I can do to the rendering pipeline. I think that's literally everything I can do for it. I don't think that I can do literally anything else. I wish that you could do this without branching. It kind of sucks that you can't. But I already tried this. Obviously here. I'm not actually sure why I couldn't figure this out, actually. Like, let's see. We're not actually gonna really draw anything good here, but I want to see what the performance increase is with... Oh my god, this is incredibly broken and laggy. Jesus. Mean mesh goes down to 92 though. So it's like 10 microseconds or whatever. Milliseconds. Not milliseconds, probably. I don't know what it is, but... kind of wonder if all these... performance increase comes from references and pointers. Yeah, I don't use any references or pointers. That's the big performance increase. I use no references or pointers. That is the big one. Keep everything in cache. I wonder if all these stores are necessary. It does not copy, points to the reference. Yes, it does not copy, it points to the reference, but you still have to dereference the pointer to get to that place in memory, and that is a performance decrease. So, it is a trade-off. It's often faster to just keep things on the stack if you can afford it. Yeah, not much else I can do. Not much else I can do, indeed. Yeah. For the rendering, I think that that's actually going to be it. I literally can't do anything else. I mean, technically what you could do, right, is you could have this, which makes a mask for each bit in the edge mask. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, the problem is that that's the problem. The problem is this. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's no way, because this you have to index. And yeah, if we ordered them in that order, there would be no guarantee, and that's what I was saying earlier. There would be no guarantee that we would do that, and so it would end up slower if you did it that way. Even though it's parallel, it's slower. So there you go. It is slower. Yeah, not much else I can do. Yeah, it is what it is. Okay. Let us try to comment in all of the views and then see how we're feeling with the other views. None of this changed. This is still exactly the same. This offset is going to be different. This is just yeah. I think so. Yeah, I know it's not defined, but what was I doing it as? I think I just got rid of it completely. It used to be grid width times cell size, that's what it is. So that's that. There we go. Alright, all of that should be adopted properly. We only need one register for it since they both have the same offset, at least for now. This should still be the same. Now this is the part that's going to change a lot. You know, what I say we just like literally just copy and paste it down, because it's going to be too painful to write anything here again. This is a lot of code that we got to change. I slightly regret unrolling the whole goddamn thing. I'm kind of happy that we're done optimizing it so that we don't have to do any of this copying this shit again. Yeah, the rendering stuff, there's not much that we can do to make it faster, which is the annoying part. It's like, with just one view, the rendering isn't the bottleneck, and that's the silver lining, but with any more views than one, the rendering is the bottleneck, and there's nothing we can do about it. With one view, there's still room for improvement that we can do in the Sobel convolution, going back to what we were doing before, and the way that we iterate things, but with more than one view, definitely not possible to do it any more efficiently. Which sucks, but we can just like literally have it as a toggle. Another thing that's really eating at me though is that, unfortunately, like, I'm gonna sound crazy here, unfortunately, now that we've unrolled everything, there's really no way for us to easily toggle off views without branching. So, and I don't want to write 3 different rendering functions that are fucking this long, personally. But yeah, if we're talking practically, then I don't know. If we're talking practically, then yeah, just pop an if statement over it and it's fine. If we're talking like we have optimized everything else to the same degree, then we technically should wrap the whole thing and just have 3 different rendering functions, as shitty as that is. It actually wouldn't be that painful because we would just have to be subtracting, right? So it's not that painful. Like we would just like basically finish this code right now and then just subtract for the other 2 functions, and that's that. Which is, now I've talked myself into it, and that's what we'll do. Three ads. Oh, maybe I should put it on low. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dustmite got monetized and now he thinks he's God or something. Yeah, we were joking about this earlier. It said it says when you go to like the monetization menu or whatever, it says It says like, don't worry, we'll only play ads during downtime. And so I think it thinks that I'm boring, is my theory. It thinks everything is downtime, so, because it's a fucking coding stream. So you can blame the YouTube AI for not understanding the niche appeal of my content. But yeah, thanks for supporting the stream though. You know, that, I mean, to be honest, like, I'm glad that you're getting ads, because to be honest, you'd be surprised how much money I've already made from ads. It's not like I've made $1 billion or whatever, but I make like $1 a stream. So that's pretty good. It helps the algorithms, me having ads. I think no one likes me having ads. In fact, we've talked so much about me having ads just today that I feel like everybody's annoyed with it, and that's why nobody's in the fucking chat. I deserve it. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's just a good way for people to contribute without actually like paying me, because to be honest, I don't think I've ever really paid a streamer or whatever, so I get that completely. But like, I feel like, yeah, sure, I'd watch an ad or whatever for a few cents or whatever. He's in the second place around the wealthiest people. Are you talking about me, or are you hallucinating? But I'm in the last place. First Elon and then me. Damn. What a lineup. Yeah, 249, 250. That's actually a lot better than it was. It's like 300 before. Very often 300. That's like 200. Yeah. Alright, well, you know what? Like, literally no way for me to make this code faster. So at least we can sleep well at night knowing that. However, this function is this function is 1,000 lines long. Shit. Oh fuck. I like started saying that sentence, and then I really didn't expect it to be that big until we hit the end of the sentence, and then I looked, and then holy shit, that function is fucking 1,000 lines long, bro. That shit is just not right. What the fuck? I also think the indenting is fucked up at some point. It like gets indented too much. Like what is this indent? Oh no, this is. Holy shit. What? The fuck, bro? Jesus Christ. Jesus, dude. That's light work for you. You got this, King. Thank you. I think yeah. The funny thing, so if you missed earlier what we were talking about, what I have to do now is that I actually have to make 3 of these. So and you think like, oh yeah, for sure, bro. Like you're joking because that's a funny thing that you're saying. No. I'm 100% serious, bro. That I need to make 3 versions of this function, depending on how many views we have active, to be efficient. Because I don't want to have if statements in here. So yeah. All right, let's make a new file. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy, bro. Oh man. Oh fuck. Okay. Just go all the way down and do the shift click. We don't have to do the dragging. How many hours do I sleep per day? Let's get it a bit personal, Kiel. Not enough. Can you tell? Sometimes I sleep good. Last night I did not sleep good. Okay, it's 907. It's 917. That's not that bad. Yo, come on, bro. You cannot be serious. You're not serious. You're not serious. KL, you're not serious. You're not serious. You did not just like come in here and say, I sleep fucking 12 hours a day. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you do not. I'm just gonna include it all. Don't know what's in this function, bro. Are you kidding me? Like, fuck off, man. I don't know what's in the fucking function. Shut up. I don't know what's in the function. Average people sleep 9 hours. Yeah. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. I just don't believe you sleep 12 hours a day. How the fuck do you do anything? I think I'm not normal. Dude, Kiel, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Yeah, I don't think you're normal either. Like, not to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean, but that's crazy. 12 hours a day is crazy. That's a lot of hours. How do you, like, work? I mean, it's kind of based, to be honest. It's kind of based. I work a lot. Yeah, but you sleep 12 hours a day. Hours is unemployed final boss. Like, dude, I mean, sitting on a chair and programming. Okay, are we poking fun at me there, Kill? Come on, bro. Come on now, Kill. 12 hours a day is crazy. That's the whole day, bro. Oh, hold on, I got lost. We're alright. I fucking got lost, dude. Got lost there in the sauce. Yeah. I know what I'm doing. I think I saw V1 somewhere here. Nah, we're all good. Yeah, that's good. Just kidding. Kel, I don't think you were kidding, bro. I don't think you were kidding. I don't think you were kidding. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't think you were kidding, bro. Like, what? That's just such a random thing to joke about. Like, I sleep 12 hours a day. Like, that's just crazy. That's wild. I sleep 12 hours when I do not sleep a day. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. I do sometimes turn into Winnie the Pooh when I've been working. A day and a half. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's just a crazy thing to say, though. Sleeping 6 hours is the best. My ass right now does not agree with you. I'm not 100% today. I'm definitely not 100%. My preferred hours are 9. Yeah, now you're talking like a human, bro. I feel like yesterday I slept a good amount of hours, but I'm just not, I just didn't wake up right, you know? You ever just wake up and you're just like, ah, shit, man. Let's just skip today, bro. I think I fucked this up. Somewhere. I think I fucked that up. That part up. I think I fucked it up. Oh no. I don't really have a backup of these functions, so if I fucking fuck them up, then that's gonna be bad. Yeah, let's just keep it here. How much do I sleep? Me? I'm not sure. I don't like keep track. I know that that's like kind of like a shitty answer or whatever, but honestly, I don't know. I feel like sometimes I sleep good, sometimes I just can't sleep at all. Like bad. Like bad. I've cycles like that. They give me fucking, you know, kiku for it, but you know, it doesn't really help. I started learning C++, I was studying 10 plus hours, was not tired at all. Absolute fucking unit, bro. You kidding me? Absolute fucking unit, bro. Alright, let's do a test run. I'm lost. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, here it is. Alright, let's make a thing here. We're gonna make a big fat global here. That's gonna yeah. I'm gonna go with 2 views. Just because it's weird and I've never had 2 views before. So we're just gonna go down here. We gotta include the file, brother. See, this wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't that great either, but napping is for the weak. I mean, I don't think I ever nap, to be honest. Like, I just can't nap. That kind of sucks. Like, if I nap, I'm out, bro. That's it for me. I mean, like, they hate me because I'm about to switch case. They hate to see me do it. Nah, you want to start at 1. Let's be real here. Let's be honest here. They hate me because I'm about to nest the switch case right here. Okay, really, you don't need a switch case for this. Like, what am I smoking, bro? Let's do less than or equal to 1. We do, does it ever bother you that this is like less than that this is like, imagine if F was a thing. Okay, let's like go backwards a little bit. Okay, listen. So we have if here and we have else if. Now this just looks like dog shit any way you slice it. Any way you slice it, it just looks bad. Now some programming language has this absolute abomination. It's just a band-aid solution. Just have F. Why don't we have F? Now everything is aligned. Like, everything is aligned now. All of a sudden. Do you see this? Do you see this? elif is in Python. That's not what it... Look at this. This is unaligned. It's garbage. Look at this. My eyes are like, oh no. Look at this. F. It all goes in a straight line. It's readable. Like, look at that, man. Am I crazy or what? But instead we have this fucking garbage. elif is not what I'm talking about. This is also unaligned. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. I'm gonna make a language and I'm gonna call it... I'm gonna call it Kial sleeps 12 hours a day. We got your point? Okay, now you're dragging it, buddy. We got your point. Bro, like, can you let me be a fucking streamer for like 10 seconds, bro? Holy shit. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, bro, can't let me be a streamer. That's not externed. I see. Word up. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. I made that local to the fucking thing, bro. Oh no. I made it. Yeah, a little bit of a static. It's so crazy, bro. Okay, like, what the fuck? Give me a break, bro. Now this is a problem? How much shit do I have to extern, bro? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. v3 val undeclared identifier. No. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Conversion from double to float, possible loss of data. Brother, you gotta work with me, Mr. Compiler. You can add an F there, you fucking moron. Like, I don't have to... I got enough to deal with right now. I hate programming. I said it. I said it. My fucking finger is starting to hurt from fucking... Okay. Get that out of there. What compiler am I using? The shitty one. The MSVC... Legal escape sequence. Bro, like... Undeclared identifier. Yeah. I'm all over it, bro. Wait, hold on. Fuck. This one. Yeah. Okay, we got 9 more errors to go through. Oh my god. Possible loss of data. Possible loss of... Oh. What else? Error. More than... What? Okay, shut up. Yeah, I'm all over it, bro. I'm all over it. I gotta get this shit off of static. Because now it's not in the same file. I swear to God, if I look over there and like somebody's saying, you should clean this code base up, I'm gonna like fucking go ballistic, bro. I'm gonna go ballistic. Try Clang, the fastest one. Yeah, man. I'll get clanged on this shit. I'm curious, why DX9 and why not the old trustable OpenGL? Because, to be honest, DX9 is kind of more period accurate for 2008 hardware. Your soul is leaving your body. I don't think you have a soul, Kiel. I think that this is fine. Okay, do we have 2 views? We do have 2 views. Okay, that's... What is that happening there? Interesting. Interesting. Sure is, bro. Sure is, Brody. I'm just trying to make sure that there's no visual bugs in the simulation. Yeah, there's this shit going on, but I don't know if that's I don't know if that's related to the views or if we're just getting that sort of business happening naturally. That is so satisfying. Yeah, we've got to like put it on TikTok, you know, be like, put some like gloop sounds over it and be like, most satisfying thing ever. Oh my god. The Zoomers are gonna love it. He is cooking well. Masterpiece. He's cooking well. Thanks. I really doubt my ability as a cook in general, but I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the sentiment. Actually, like, I'm kind of regarded as a subpar, a notably subpar chef. Cooking equals programming. Right, yeah, I got that much, but I was like more trying to do the, you know, banter thing, you know what I mean? Circling back around to, like, you know, being a streamer or whatever and doing the streamer thing. That's a bit weird. I think it's fine though. A little bit weird. Maybe it's fine. Goop. Got a lot of goop. Man, it's good to have goop. Shout out the goop. Yummy. Yummy by Justin Bieber. Shout out Justin Bieber, bro. Shout out JB. Respect. Respect, bro. Alright, we gotta lock in here. We gotta make a few buttons. We've been slacking on the buttons. We gotta make a couple of buttons, bro. This function is also, this file is also fucked. But that's alright. Alright, let's look at the menu. Let's see where we can make some room. The buttons are going to be to toggle the amount of views. And then what else? Oh, right, to toggle the thing between central difference and, yeah, and not. That's kind of a pain in the ass to do that, but we'll do that really quick. That's no problem. I got that one in the bag. You want to have gradient max here so that we can iterate it, and we also want a type def for the views. I don't know what the last one is. I can't really remember. I think it's some. Fuck, man. You're really gonna make me go into that long ass file and then check? Nah, you wouldn't make me do that. Where is it? HRBH. So that's growth. That would be growth. So true. So that's growth. So that's actually, so this we yeah. What's the other one? What's the last one, bro? I just fucking did that, bro. H. There you go. Fuse H is not defined. Bro, I just defined this shit. I literally just defined this shit. Wait, I already... What? What? I already did this? What? No, that's... No. That's not true. That's not true. Did you hear this thing about the fucking, Did you hear this thing about, the Jim Carrey shit, bro? Anybody? Maybe? I don't know. But that's actually just Jim Carrey, bro. I hate human beings. Like, actually. I can't, bro. I can't with people, bro. That's not him, bro. He's dead, and that's an impersonator. Like, bro. No, that's just him. Bro, he had plastic surgery. Like, bro, people are so fucking stupid, dude. I cannot stand people. Genuinely. Like, can't fucking stand them. Like, I just can't, bro. Like, I'm so tired of people, bro. Like, what the fuck? Okay, I guess no one had fucking heard of that thing, so I guess I'm just like chronically online or whatever the fuck, but whatever. Oh, you're kidding me. I'm not chronically online, bro. It just like popped into my recommended, bro. And now it won't stop popping into my recommended because I saw a stupid fucking short about it. Sorry, it went quiet for a second. Sorry if you got an ad. Oh, sorry. I'll make sure to keep talking so that nobody gets ads. View type, small redefinition, multiple initialization. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. What the fuck, dude? I already did this? I literally already did this. I literally already coded this. Or did I just code it twice? Whatever, bro. It's literally the exact same code. What? Okay, but it's not actually changing the thing. That's changing it. That's changing that. But this doesn't do anything. Why? Why do you not do anything? Why? Views. Views. Oh, you know what? Maybe how we're dispatching it is the problem. Maybe that's, yeah. Now you could probably switch case it, but I'm not weak like that. Oh shit. There's the second view. It just, okay, they're just, okay. Okay, it's working. I'm just stupid. What's new? Am I right? High five. Alright. That's done. We could go back to optimizing the Sobel, I guess. Are we out of regs here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are out of regs, brother. That's alright. That's an easy fix. Y'all, bro. You're gonna get me in trouble, bro. What do you mean they've gone crazy? No shit, they just got bombed, bro. What are you talking about, bro? Come on, Kiel. Come on, Kiel. They have not gone crazy. They're just like, what are you talking about, bro? I think you would go pretty crazy if you got fucking bombed, bro. Like, what? What are you smoking, bro? I'm surprised they didn't get your ass, bro. Sends rockets. Kiel, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? That's just funny, bro. Reminds me of this, like, this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reminds me of this fucking, oh yeah, this we're out of ranks here. This reminds me of the fucking, this headline that I read that was like, unprecedented attacks from Iran. Like, bro, unprecedented? Really? We're calling it unprecedented. Like, bro, they just got bombed. Like what? Like, what? Like, yeah, bro, that is a precedent. Like, what? If there's any reason to bomb someone else, it's probably that your ass just got bombed. Like, that's a good reason. You know, like, that's not unprecedented, bro. Like, whatever, bro. Shit is so fucking stupid, bro. I'm just making sure that we stay within the reg limit, you know? You say some funny shit, Kiel, bro. You say some fucking funny shit, bro. You say some fucking funny shit, bro. O3? I'm not really sure if it's O3. I don't think that it is. Maybe it is. Yeah, actually, it probably is. Yeah, it probably is. You're probably right about that. You are probably right about that one. But, I mean, it's really just C. I just write C and compile it as C++. Like, this isn't actually C++. Like, don't expect it to see any fucking namespace bullshit in this project. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Current we can just load in. We don't have to eat up a register for that either. Just making the code even more unreadable. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Lovely. Okay. Okay, so now, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 regs right there. That is 8 regs right there. We could even cut down more, of course, but at result you get a C++ program with vtable inside C. Yeah. Yeah? What? What do you mean? I compile it as C++, but I just write C inside of it. Because yeah. Because yeah. I think that's fine. That's 8. That's 8 regs. We're in limits. Yeah, we'll never exceed 8 there. Okay, so that's all good. I'm pretty sure that we're fine with 8 there. Now this is not okay. What I'm doing here, not okay. The compiler can handle both. Very true, Kiel. Very true. Oh, this is another thing that I was wondering. Oh, fuck. Wait, we can optimize this the same way we optimize the other thing. Oh, nah. I'm almost regretting the fact that I realized this. Oh, you can fucking do this. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. That's so... This is gonna be so fucking complicated to refactor that, though. Shit. But it's more efficient. This is the more efficient way to go about it. Ah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Oh, man. That's a bummer. Why are you dropping the poop emoji in my chat? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, so instead of set 1 PS, we're actually going to load. We'll actually load this. I'm going to write this like this, but... and we're guaranteed. Guaranteed. No, we're not guaranteed. That's a load U, my friend. That's a load U, my friend. Because we actually... This is this. This is this. Wait. Wait, no, 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 no. No, no, that, no, 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 no. This is actually, yeah. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, what C++ compiler can put a bunch of C++ specific shit to executable? Even if code in C. What C++ compiler can put a bunch of C++ specific shit to executable? Yeah. 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 So what happens is that you write the code, and then it puts it into a bunch of strings, and then it compiles it into machine code, and then it makes it a binary. So if we're talking about apples and oranges, then we'll talk about peaches soon. Gyal, I look forward to that as well. I look forward to that very much so, my friend. Okay, so this is load on a line because this has no guarantee. Oh my god, this is so fucking stupid. Holy shit. I have no clue how to fix this. Okay. Alright, let's think logically here. So, what needs to actually change for this to work? With this convention? I don't think anything does it? Wait, no, it definitely does. It definitely does. Oh, wait a second. Do we not need a hsum for this? I don't think we need a hsum anymore. Oh, shit. We don't need a hsum anymore. Because we're doing the offsets one at a time. And so instead of hsumming... Oh, shit, right. That was the whole purpose of this. I forgot. I think it's a load unaligned because of DC is... Yeah, that is that... No, that is aligned. This is always aligned. I think that hopefully works. That was the whole purpose of this, so that we don't have to horizontally sum. Instead of horizontally summing, now we actually do it... Instead of convolving per cell, what we're doing is we're doing each offset once on the outside, which is the opposite of how you would think about it normally, right? I wrote this wrong. Oh, what the hell did I... Wow. My bad. My bad, I'm dumb. I am dumb, I am dumb, I am dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb. What? Oh, I missed a fucking... Oh, that's annoying. I knew that today was going to be weird. That's just my fault. Oh shit. Bro. Okay. Okay. No doubt. Okay. Let's figure it out. It might actually be enlightening for us to look at the code that I was talking about that we did earlier. That we made into this convention. God, this is a fucking mess. This, all this stuff is a mess. Where even is this? It was in border none. Yeah, it's here. No, it's here. Alright, this isn't telling me anything. That is not telling me anything. Are we in the wrong... No, we aren't. No, I just didn't change G here. We load in SPIDX, which is the packed R, yeah. That should be fine. The fact that when it ends up in like layers like that going across, that means that this is obviously, you know, that's this, but I kind of wish that we did this with the non-torus border first, because this one's just so fucking complicated. Oh, hold on a second. Oh yeah, the mask. The mask. The mask. There we go. Actually, okay. Well, I guess not, huh? Never mind. So there's something that I'm noticing now that we've got more still features. The normals are, and the seams are not being, the seams, obviously, you can see the seam here. So there's something going on there, but that's on the rendering side, what we optimized earlier. So I fucked something up there, but I think that this technically works. But yeah, the normals, as you can see, are weird. But that's the normals, a normal issue, not RI 71. RI 71. RI 71, eh? Okay, so let's go and see the side by side then, with what it was before. Yeah, it appears like with Sobel. Oh yeah, that makes sense because we commented out all that stuff. Yeah, the normals are weird. It's faster. It is faster, I think. It is faster. It is faster, and we haven't even optimized any of this stuff. We're out of regs here the whole time. We're out of regs. So we have to think about how we can solve it. The good thing is for G we don't actually need to preload anything here. You can literally just do this here very simply. Just every time we have a G, just load in the new scIDX array. So that's very simple. Oh, this is kind of cool. This is like a, it reminds me of, Philip Glass, there we go. Took me a second. So how do I deal with this? Just do it in order here. Let's call it CG. And let's just do this. It's much less, it makes a lot less sense, but we are trying to cut down on the regs. The second thing is the half width thing. Yeah. So I would love to just keep the loads to a minimum, but we may not be able to get away with that. But we do need this in its own reg. So I think that we have to do this next. This is H width. I think that that's grid width now. Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to lock in right now because if I fuck this up, I don't know how to fix it. Like, it's just really bad if I fuck this up. Hard to explain, but the logic is just very complicated for the wrapping. This is basically just wrapping around the array logically, but it's difficult. It is difficult. It's difficult to do it in Simd is what I'm trying to say. This stuff is fucking complicated. Okay, so we just do that with now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got rid of all of these. I'm just reading over it just to make sure. I don't think we need either of the masks anymore for doing this. And so now it's just literally SNS and the clip. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we keep that, then we only have space for one more, meaning we have to do the thing where we scope it again, I think. I'm being the compiler again. Sorry. At this point, just write it in assembly and call it a day. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1 at the end, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then W is W is the last one that needs to be scoped, and that's it. SNS also needs to be it's just SN. Okay. And technically, if we want to be even more sure about it, we can also even scope the CG, but you know, that's automatically should be scoped. And we got away with having this preloaded, which is quite nice, because now we don't have to load this ever again. So that is quite nice. That is quite nice. Quite nice indeed. Quite nice indeed. We can once again get rid of G over here. We are forgetting to sub. For some reason, that wasn't already there. I think I may have copied over it or whatever. Yeah, I did. 100% I did. Yeah. Okay. Now that's some really complicated fucking code, but we only care about the speed, man. Where's the G? That's what they say when they're looking for me. Where's the G at? Where's that G at? All right. I think if we fucked up there, it would be... It would be something that we would notice immediately. So that's at least the good thing. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we cut off on average about like 30, 40 milliseconds. We can even check like side by side. With a different border, what it's like. Yeah. The fact that Taurus border is faster than the regular border, even though this has an incredibly larger set of logic, is really impressive. Really impressive, so. That's quite good. Now, how are we gonna transfer this to this? That's a really good question. Not really sure. It's gonna be tricky. It's actually not going to be that hard. They're basically the same thing. They just have the middle part with the comparisons cut out. So it's not like that different. Once again, getting rid of that. And we're just going to have that again. Now, the tricky thing is the regs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Of course, once again, just put this in line. It doesn't matter. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have 0 and cl. And s. So once again, this is the exact same thing we did before with the scoping to get it. Should be exactly the same logic. And to just be sure about it, we can just scope W as well. And now we don't need any of this. There we go. Get rid of G, and then just copy all of this down. Should be that simple. All right, maybe it's just that simple. I feel like we're missing something, but I think that's literally it. Forgot to delete this. SNS, undeclared identifier. Yeah. Oh, we also need a... Oh yeah, you just do this. Whoops. Whoopsies. Okay, we fucked it up. Yeah, we fucked it up. All right, how did we fuck it up? Oh. That would be why. All right, let's see. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Not a single one is hitting 70 now. So that's like a 30 millisecond, maybe 20, 30 increase from doing it that way. Weird feeling in my chest. Ow. What the fuck? Okay, so that's that optimized. Cool. Now we can optimize everything else to that same convention. Like this, for example, with the central differences. We did it this way. We can do it the other way. All right, I wanted to, this is probably more importantly, I wanted to fix whatever the problem is with this, with the normals or whatever is happening here. Actually, I have an idea. What if, we do have normalized normals on, right? I just want to make sure because, yeah, we do have it on. Okay, good. The vertices are right, but the normals are not. We should just do this on, well, yeah, let's do this on the single view one, just for simplicity's sake. So let's set this to view normal. Wait, whoa, control backspace deletes a whole word. Oh, fucking no clue about that. Oh, what? Dude, that's crazy. Wait, shift. Wait, how do you get to the end of a word, though? Is it alt? Oh, no. Don't press alt. That's a bad one. That takes you into, like, a different file, bro. Yeah, whatever. Here's an idea. What if we just go back to IDX just for now? Just to test this. See, it's hard to test with this. Obviously, we're gonna have a lot of bugs, but yeah, we're gonna just have a lot of bugs is the problem. Why that many? Why is it so buggy though? I expected it to be the same amount of bug as before. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be indexed but like this with BIDX, but this is obviously causing bugs, so... Oh shit. Okay. It's actually, I'm like marveling at how low the amount is now. Marveling at it, but okay, so it turns out it isn't an indexing thing. It's actually the amount of views. Okay, I think it's a stitching issue, actually. I think it's a stitching issue officially. Which is pretty fair because the stitching logic was pretty goddamn complicated. I was like very confused on it. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing it anymore. And now let's just prove it that it's going to do it again, and then we can go from there. Yeah, yeah, it's doing it again. The weird thing is that it's not just on borders. It's especially prevalent on the borders, but it's also, as you can see, over here and here and here and all over there. So okay, so there's one of two things that it could be, right? It could be either where we stitch it actually, or where we index into it. Motorbike. Yeah, it is a motorbike. Yeah. Yup. Yup. That is very true. I'm just trying to like read through it and see if there's anything. It looks to be correct. At least this part. I mean, so this looks completely correct. At least it matches what we had before. I would much rather it be there that we have the problem than actually in the other thing. Because if we have a problem in the other thing, that's like impossible to figure out. Am I sure that this isn't supposed to be this that's -1? No, this is supposed to be -1, yeah. Okay, yeah, but it's not, there's gonna be nothing to stitch if there is, I was gonna single thread, but obviously then there's gonna be nothing to stitch, so we can't test it single threaded. Hey, what's up? I'm I'm just doing a bunch more optimization stuff. So basically, we've done a lot today. A lot of like, basically at this point, it's like basically assembly. I mean, we're doing like simmed code, but at this point, I'll show you some of the code that I wrote today. It's like, I optimized this stuff here to have a totally different layout right now. Instead, so normally with convolution, what you would do is you would think of it like this, is like for each cell we are going to iterate around each cell and then sum it up into the middle, right? So instead of doing that, we actually do the offset before on the exterior of the loop, and then on the inside we parallelize it. So you can basically think of it like you're doing the left corner of each cell and then the right corner or whatever, you know, that way. And so we've changed everything to that convention, and we're saving like a very, very tiny amount of time, but it isn't like, you know, completely trivial. But yeah, that's what we mainly did today. But now I have this bug where some normals on some of the surfaces are bugging out because of these arrays that we have that basically stitch across the borders of cells. And unfortunately, well, not across the borders of cells, across between different threads. So basically, different threads render different parts of the simulation grid, and since they can't touch the same memory at the same time because of race conditions, when we get a point that happens right on the border, we need to smooth the normals across, and so we just defer that until later. And so that's what this code is basically doing. A very, very small number multiplied by a big number. Yeah, it's like 10 microseconds or whatever, increased out of like was at like 70 and now it's at 60, which is pretty good. It's really worth it to do it. But yeah, somehow I am either indexing it wrong or something. BIDX is, yeah, that is the same thing as it used to be. You know what we should check? We should check if it happens with one view. If it's with multiple views and that's the problem, then it probably has to do with something else. Optimization is really a dying craft. Yeah, it is. It is. It shouldn't be. I don't know why we stopped caring about it, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't seem to happen with one view. I can't imagine the graphic fidelity we would be getting. Yeah, exactly. Like, If they optimized to the point of like what it was doing back when they made like Quake and Doom and stuff, then that would be crazy. See, I don't know what happened there. Like our rendering is actually just blocked now. This has happened a couple of times before. Where we actually will just straight up stop rendering, which is weird. I don't know why that happens. It's a drawing issue and not a like a drawing logic issue. But yeah. Yeah, it appears to not happen with... So let me see if with you it's good. Congratulate me guys to simulate the for loop of setting values in an array by recursion. Nice. I'm congratulating you. I hope that the recursion is going well. I hope that it's going well. See, now this just happened again. Like what? What? This has to be based on some code that we just wrote recently. Oh man. I bet it's based on something that I just changed in here. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I just did. What was I changing here? This to EIDX? And then I changed it to B? Yeah, that shouldn't change anything there. It could be a hidden bug. Yeah. I don't think so. If it just pops up out of nowhere like that when we haven't ran into any problem like that, then found a bug in FPU flags. I see. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, you got to think about the parameter space, you know what I mean? Like we are traversing pretty much the entire parameter space because there's no external inputs, right? We control all of the data and the inputs, so there's not really, you know, hidden bugs that will just pop up because of some random stuff. We're kind of traversing the entire parameter space every time we start up the simulation. Yeah, so it seems to actually only happen with three views. Unless I... Oh, that was without stitching the borders. Did we change anything in here? No, I don't think we did. So if we didn't bug out when we weren't stitching the borders, then maybe it is a problem with stitching the borders. Probably going out of bounds somewhere or something. There's a little bit there. Yeah, you see this? Yeah. It's hard to tell, but I can tell because I've done it. I've been working on this for so long, but yeah. That. Normal's not being smooth, right, or rather interpolated. Not necessarily. It's we're indexing something wrong. So basically, normals are getting smoothed with other normals that aren't spatially near them. So that's the problem. But whatever, I'll figure it out. I think it's tied to the amount of views. We have a spatial, basically, hash of nearby points, right? So it's, at least that's what I'm assuming based on what I see, that it's getting smoothed with normals just arbitrarily. So that's why like the points will become dark and light and stuff. Yeah, it's not happening with one view. I don't think it's happening with one view. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I have a theory about it, though. I have a theory about it. I think we need them for all the different views. The big issue is that you can't really pinpoint where bad index are. I mean, I guess so. I think the problem is that before we had probably a different system. I had a different system to do this before, and now I translated it to a more cache-friendly system, and so now I have to try and remember what the other one was doing that I made like weeks ago. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. This 3 that it was being indexed by, I don't know. Yeah. It was absolutely... That was indexed by axis and not view. The issue is, like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know if, because my idea is that points from different views are getting into what doesn't belong to their view because they aren't separate. But they were never separate before, which is why it's weird. They were always indexed like this, which is by axis and not by view. It just went straight into here. This was just axis. So I think the reason why is because it's tied to vertex rather than actually position, because it OIDX, right? I guess it's possible that something I copied and pasted something wrong when we were unrolling this loop, so I guess that's what I have to look at now. If I was searching, I would just log a shit ton of information about indexes. I mean, there's that many indexes. So there's like 200,000. So you're not really going to be able to pinpoint it. It's possible that I copied and pasted something wrong. Yeah, I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's probably not thinking about something right with how I'm indexing this array. Yeah, the fact that it only happens with multiple views is kind of the clue. I wonder if I can just get rid of the stitching emission on the second view and then see if it still happens with two views. And that'll tell us, yeah, that'll tell us something. Yeah, it's still happening, actually, which is fairly interesting, actually. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Because we aren't even touching the arrays. We have two views. Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, we use v2 edges and not v1 edges. Yeah, I may have written a typo here with the v2 versus v1 stuff. I may be writing into v2 somewhere or something like that. That's kind of the problem with manually unrolling all of this shit is that I'm kind of bound to write a mistake somewhere. No. There are a billion other places we could have made a mistake with it. When we were copying and pasting it. I'm just making sure that the that all the V2 stuff is set up properly. Yeah, it does appear to be. It's strange that Very interesting. That's a tricky one. I think I'm just going to try to get rid of the stitch again and then see, just to make sure that it's not happening without the stitch, and then I should set these settings up to happen every time. So it's not happening now without the stitch. It's only a problem with the stitch and when we have multiple views. And it has nothing to do with entries into these arrays because we have commented them out for the second view. So that means that the index itself, the OIDX that is put inside of here, must be changed by this second view. But we're always going into V2 edges, so we only changed this OIDX, so I wonder if looking at the old version of this function would help. I'm fairly getting to the point of just like wanting to just like get rid of it, the stitching, so that we can kind of move on. But yeah, there's really very, very little reason to even have it anymore. So how long have I been chasing this bug for? Literally just like the past like 30 minutes, so it's just brand new. Bizarre. Yeah, that's bizarre. I mean, like I didn't notice it before because we had different settings, so it was less obvious the normal issue. But yeah. It is possible that the this is how it was indexed before. It's not that big of an incentive to keep the stitching in. Yeah, it's just I mean, it's just like, you know, it's just like, I'm gonna figure it out in a second here, but what was this? I don't have a backup of the header file, but I have it in. It's so fucking annoying that this. This was +1 +1 +1. So that is indexed the same. It was indexed the exact same way before, and then this was the view, and now we just have them separately in different views. 100% the stitching change that caused it. In fact, I'm like 90% sure that if we changed back to this layout, we could just, we would just fix the bug naturally, but I really don't want to because it's not cache friendly. I mean, it's really not that big of an increase for us, but I can just whatever. This BIDX is exactly the same thing, right? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. I just want to prove that if I change it back, then it's just going to work again, and then because I did obviously keep the layout for it. Yeah. So it's just easy to just put it back in. It's not that annoying of a thing. It's just frustrating because we manually unrolled all this stuff, and so every time we want to go and debug something and try it out, then we have to do it multiple times and duplicate the code, and it's just like kind of a nightmare. So very, very annoying. Now all I have to do is this. That isn't actually all I have to do, because I also have to mem set it properly. I also like thought like maybe it's a problem with the mem setting, but I don't think so. The size is correct. So, yeah. And reset mesh generation 100%. This is single threaded, so yeah. So we have to go back to what this was, which was the zeroing of the arrays inside of here. So no big deal. So let's just do that. Okay, let's see if I did it properly. Yeah, now it works fine. So yeah. Yeah. So that's just like very fucking annoying, to be honest, because it's like it's bizarre because the second stuff isn't even touching the first. Like it's just not touch. It doesn't touch the first. So must be something that I'm not seeing. Like logically with it, just annoying. It also might. I mean, this is super convoluted the way it fucking indexes this. And logically this matches, but who knows? Especially this is super strange. Like, indexing by the amount of stitches was always strange. Yeah, it matches. The convention matches. Whenever I figure out what the problem is, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off. I'm going to be so pissed off. I'm also kind of interested, like maybe it's something to do with how this interacts with the macro. Maybe it's worth doing this a shot, giving this a shot. I think it's very rare that I, write a macro with that sort of syntax. But if it's something like that, then I'd be pissed. And this IDX worked here as well, so that means that the IDX isn't the problem. And it is an OIDX, so to me it seems like there's nothing here that could go wrong. So it has to be on the other side, but who knows? Whatever. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I figured it out. I had a typo. How long was I missing that? Okay. Maybe that isn't the bug. Wait, that was a bug here. Oh. So that wasn't even the bug. Then. Yeah, it was just a bug that I made when I was copying and pasting it. Yeah, that's not it. Damn. Thought I had it for a sec. I really doubt that this is it. Heavily doubt it, but I mean, why not? Stranger things have happened. Oh wait, did I? No, I'm so fucking stupid. I'm just being dumb. I forgot to turn this back on. Yeah, I think it's doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Most interested, like, let's just try to, I guess, just do, one side of the stitching and then see if that does it. It's kind of hard to tell when there's so much movement, which is why I keep on putting it on this setting. Okay, yeah, that's doing it. Okay, and now let's try this one. Trying to see if it has direction. Really? Really? It's jittering? You're jittering. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, Rob. I didn't mean to be mean. No, there's nothing. No, there's. It's here, man. The problem is here. It is here. It's 100% here. The problem is here. Less than or equal to where? Where? What are you smoking? What? Are you telling me this? No. You're smoking. You're smoking. Are you telling me this? No. Are you telling me that? No. You're smoking. You're smoking. One of these is incorrect. 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 Wait a second. Pim or Charlie? Who is Pim? Who is Pim? Tell me who Pim is. And then I'll answer in kind. Bro, like, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, bro. It's like the same fucking thing. The upper border of the bottom one, yes, with the lower index of the top one, yeah, this is correct. And the lower border of the top one, absolutely. I mean, you're speaking my language here. This is absolutely correct. It's like, you know. Hold on a second. Ooh. Wait. Hold on. I just thought of something. The pink guy? Who's the pink guy, bro? Who's Pim, bro? I talk in 3 seconds? Yeah, I'm tired, bro, but And what graphics library? This is DirectX 9. They have two different OIDXs, right? Dude, I feel like this is to be this is incorrect. I feel like that is incorrect. Because when we put in an upper border, we put it in at this IDX. We get a lower one, we put in this. Oh, shit. Wait, no. Because this IDX doesn't... My man is still going strong. Yeah, thanks. I have this bug here that's confusing me. I have a feeling that somehow we either somehow are touching the same data across two threads, or because before they were two separate arrays, but now they're one array. But if they have two different thread IDs, then they should never come across the same memory with this memory layout. I allocate this to axis max, right? Yeah. And it does 0, 1, 2, 3. So, and it does 0, 1, 2, I mean. So that can't be wrong. That gives us the IDX. And how do we get the axis here? We do the axis here. Is this, yeah, this IDX is guaranteed to be in the upper border. With this, yeah, it is. It's just so strange that it happens with multiple views but not one. just like out of pure curiosity, can I just like, am I still going to like have the bug if this is the case? I think it's still happening. I did something wrong with the settings. Yeah, that's... Yeah, it's not happening now. God, that's so fucking annoying. Somehow the OIDX I'm getting... Okay, what about if we don't deduplicate for the second one? Or somehow we're getting the same OIDXs as we get for the first view in the second view. I don't understand. Yeah, it's doing it. It's doing it. It's doing it. It's doing it. Even if we do completely new OIDXs for the second one. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Dude, I'm like, at this point with it, it's like such a small performance increase. I don't even know if it is a performance increase, to be quite honest with you. To have this memory layout, I think I'm just going to put it back to this, like, at least just for now. Like, I just don't understand. They weren't a view specific before, so I don't see why them being like this would... Maybe there is something like race condition-y about this though. Like, who the fuck knows, to be honest. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I don't know. There may be something race condition-y about the whole thing. I don't know. they should always be touching two different parts of the array, but maybe they overlap. And that's the only difference, is that this array never overlaps because it's on the struct for the thread itself. So that's the only difference that I can see. So, but the indices should never touch. They should never fucking touch. So, because it's still indexed by thread at the end of the day, and honestly, I'm too fucking lazy to make two different arrays that like try one out with a different indexing order. Like, sure, I could do that, but like that is 10 minutes of my life that I'm never gonna get fucking back at this point. Like, whatever, bro. It's like, it's whatever, dude. I just don't fucking care that much to do it. If someone else wants to do it, then you can do it. Feel free to do it yourself. But I'm just gonna do this way. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about it. Okay, we're undoing the stitching code, and we're just continuing on with our lives. I will take a look at it later, okay? But it's like literally like I don't even think that there was a performance increase with it, so it is just not worth the pain. Like, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. It's maybe like 5 to 10 milliseconds. Not milliseconds, you know what I mean. Microseconds. So, whatever. Whatever, man. Okay. Well, back to what I was doing before we did that bug. We did this and this, right? Yeah, we did both of these. Yeah, that's good. This doesn't need to be touched. Now we have the option to either do all of this in that order, but I would rather take a look at this can't, no, this isn't, yeah, this is already done correctly. I want to take a look at the stuff that we did in the beginning over here, because this isn't parallelized because of the bell function, which sucks. I don't think that we can do anything about that though. It should auto vectorize this too, so it auto vectorized this too, so that's the other thing there. Okay, so there's literally nothing there to optimize, so never mind. Yeah, literally nothing. Literally nothing to optimize. And it can't auto vectorize this because of how we never transpose the channel major, we just do this in line here. Yeah. So here's something. Here's a good question, right? Oh, this is already, wait a second. Oh no, this is done multi-threaded. Yeah, this is. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that is all multi-threaded then. Yeah, so this is the only place where we could do anything. And there's nothing that we can really do about it because this is in that wrong order. We could technically do this, right? And then load in two at a time, but then we fall into pain here. And then we still have a problem when we need to like I guess we could vectorize and do two at a time, but yeah, this would look like Up. That's a great movie. So we could load this in, and then divide it by grid size, and then that's fine. But then load, store it out, and then oh wait, but you can't because of the stride of 2. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna fucking do that. Yeah, absolutely not. No. There's no way. Because of this stupid bullshit. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It kind of makes you wonder, like, maybe we could revisit... If I make a complex to real DFT here... Does this... Yeah. What the hell is this memory layout? What the fuck did I do here? What the fuck is the problem? What? Why would I ever write code like that? What? Why? Okay, well that's something else I can fix, but... Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's not correct. Let's try not dividing by grid size because it might normalize it already if you do a complex to real. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. There was a reason why we didn't do complex to real before, but... Is it possible that the plan needs to be... Maybe you need to do another thing, man. Yeah, let's just make a... It's the reverse one. Let's make the reverse FFT the... I think you have to do... Is that it? There we go. There we go, there we go. Function does not take 7 arguments. You're a function. Oh... Right, because complex to R is always going to be reverse FFT. Okie dokie. Huh. Okay. Now, not correct output, but close. Now let's try not normalizing. It may normalize it automatically. And... No, you bastard. You bastard. Yeah, it seems like the stride is messing it up or something like that. I don't know. There's some reason why we couldn't do a C to R DFT before, and maybe there was a good reason for it. Oh, fuck. That would cause something like that, probably. No. No. I guess not. Oh, also that was asymptotic, so who cares about asymptotic? Okay, yeah, I give up. I only wanted it to go to C to R because then we could index into it in a way that we could vectorize it, but we can't do that, so apparently it doesn't work. Something that we can optimize though is getting rid of this. Like, I don't even know why that's a thing. We should literally just have a flat array of U rather than like there's like, what was the, this is just further abstracting the fucking thing. Like, yeah, there's no need for that. We should just refactor to this instead. That should be the only place where I, oh, yeah, I forgot to put the 0 now. It sucks that FFTWF complex has such a shitty, memory layout. It's really annoying. Oh. Cell FFT we can also break up. There's no need for it to be what? 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 Okay, so there's differs in levels of indirection from this. Okay. There's no need for it to actually be external, I think, so. Did I pollute the namespace somewhere? I think I have something else named U, and so it's pissed at me. But now I have no clue. No clue how to find that thing that's named U. Literally call something U? I don't think I did in here. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. That's just me being a fucking idiot. Don't mind me. Now I can just like get rid of cell FFT as well. This is something that like just get rid of it. Should not have. There's literally no point in having these here. Also, I don't even think G is a thing. U isn't even a thing. It's literally just T. I don't even think back is a thing anymore. Yeah, I don't even think that most of this is in use anymore, so should be fairly easy to clean up. So T obviously is fine for us to do. Obviously these are going to be max channels. Val is necessary. I don't even think back is important anymore. I don't think temp is either. So I think it's literally just that. And just get rid of this completely. Hopefully I don't. I think I have something else named T somewhere, which is embarrassingly bad, but whatever. Like, it's fine. Okay. Okay, so is that just it? No, it's not it. When I forward FFT at the bottom, yeah, this has to be val C. There you go. I don't think that anything else in the transposition, yeah, I do have to set val. Okay, I was expecting a bunch of arrows because these are all over the place in the code. I wish that this actually brought me there. That would be really kind. Yeah, so let's see. This function isn't even existing anymore, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't really consider that there would be this many references, but I guess that there just is. It's all over the code, so. Because val is technically the actual grid, but it's not the grid that we use to write off of, but it's what we used when we generate. What is CLL? Whatever. God, the conversions from int to float are gonna drive me nuts. What is this temp? Oh. Don't I have another temp though? I think I have another temp that I use for the other convolution. It's not in this file, of course. It's in this file. I have another temp that I can reuse. This temp. It's to max kernels. It's to max kernels and this goes to channels by yeah, so that goes to channels by yeah. Yeah, whatever. I'll just make another temp for this, I don't care. My only question is, if you program for 11 hours, what do you do in the rest of the day? I sleep. I sleep. Don't sleep enough, though. That is for fucking sure. I do not sleep enough. C, undeclared identifier. Where? Oh, that's an I guess. Whatever. Yeah, so I wanted to set everything to 0. I don't, whatever, honestly. Who cares, man? Get me out of error hell, please. Subscript or requires array or bro. What? Float val. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. I'm starting to feel like the you know, the kid in The Incredibles. It's like on his tricycle or whatever, and he's like across the street from Mr. Incredible, and he's like, "What are you waiting for?" And the kid's like, "I don't know, something amazing to happen." That's how I feel with this shit. The jitteriness is kind of funny sometimes. I'm not sure what that's about, because it doesn't happen all the time. Oh, that one's neat. That one's neat. Look at that. That one's satisfying. Whoa. That one's neat. Whoa. Whoa. That's cool. $36, 44, 44-ish, yeah. This compute growth isn't even a function anymore, is it? It's just simply not even a thing anymore, so. All right, well, that's cool. I guess we can go back to doing this now. I mean, that I guess all of that is done. Now we can do the H blur and get it to where it was. You know, with the new thing. I'm almost kind of wondering, like, instead of doing this, should we just like have Nah, yeah. I think just for simplicity's sake, it just makes sense to do it like this. Okay, how do we do this now? How do we do this now? First of all, channels goes on the outside of the whole thing, right? Pretty sure? Where did we do this the last time? Was near the bottom. Yeah, I did it on the outside. We figured out that it was better for cache to put it all the way on the outside, so that's the same thing that we'll do here. Now you may think like, oh my god, this loop is disgusting, but honestly, the only other option would be to just like have 3 different arrays with offsets and then loop through it once. It would compile to exactly the same thing. Might even be slower because of the tax you pay for the lookup into that array, so I don't think that that matters at all actually. The main benefit of this is that it allows us to not horizontally sum anymore, which is nice. Very nice. Right here we just look up in the Gaussian kernel. We just do that. Oh, wait a second. We got rid of this by doing all of this anyway, so we could test to see if this is any faster actually, now that we're doing this in parallel properly. But yeah, let's test it, because why not? Yeah, that's what it would look like, I think. As long as we initialize that kernel to something, then this should work. I'd rather just do this, yeah. It's like fine. It just have to remember this is sum, yeah. This is sum and it goes into, I kind of forgot the name of the array actually. It's is it sums? I think it is. I can't remember what the oh, hold on. No, we can't just store out. We have to accumulate. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so now what does the pipeline look like for this for me? I don't really remember what the pipeline looked like. I do hsum blur t before we do the convolution. So just do sum blur. Oh, it's section and end. Oh, that's disgusting. I don't want to have to do that inline. There's another way that I called this function that's probably just like commented out here. Yeah, right here. That is exactly what I thought. Okay, C. Oh. Yeah, that's a good question. How is this actually indexed? I is a PIDX, just a PIDX. Wait, hold on a second. Why is this not? Oh. Oh, that's not. Oh. So those aren't padded, right? Right. So this is just the IDX, but this is padded, but there's no channels. Okay. I'm missing a, yeah. Where? Oh. Fair. Okay, so it's gonna be on central difference. Things are kind of wonky. things are kind of wonky. I do initialize this 100%, right? I don't actually normalize it though. I don't really know if that's the problem, but maybe just give it a shot. Okay. Seems like we're dying out. Oh. Oh. Wait, like, okay. It, I'm not seg faulting there apparently. Apparently, like, I don't know how that's allowed for me to not seg fault when I'm like indexing into something negative, but whatever. Weird jittering that's happening here. Even with this properly done. Why is it this add this? No, this is this, right? Yeah. Yeah, why would I add that? Yeah. I just copied I did this based on the code that we had before, and I didn't really look at it too critically, I think. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, so let's see. So 7453. So 74. Yeah, about a median of 70 on that. A median of 70. I think that that's slower than just doing the FFT convolution. So let's test it here. We have to go into here and then change the pipeline again. Oh, wow. I wish that there was a way to tell it that I want debug every time, like during runtime, but it's like it doesn't sometimes do it. It just like the window disappears and then you have to go here. It's like fucking annoying. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just faster the new way. So, I mean, at least I'm happy that we as in me, I'm happy that I gave it a shot, even though I'd done all that work to do the other way. I'm glad I came back to it and tried it again. Actually, yeah, it is faster. Sometimes it's only slightly faster though. Depends on the field. It's interesting actually. Here it's 200 on this field. It appears to change drastically based on the amount of stuff on the field, which is annoying. Yeah, I don't know what would be causing that. Maybe there's some like optimizations where if it's like close enough to 0, it just skips it or something that like the compiler does. But yeah. So it seems like situational. Which one's faster, which sucks, dude. I would love to just like have a clear answer. But maybe not as clear as you would think. Yeah. Yeah, that's a shame. I think it's actually, yeah, it actually seems faster this way now. Yeah. I'm looking at the numbers, and yeah, the numbers are telling me that it's faster this way, so. Okay. So I guess that settles that. That's kind of a bummer, but it was worth a shot anyway. After that in the pipeline, we go to the transposition. Actually, really interesting. The transposition should probably, if we're talking about efficiency, this should all be going this way, actually. And we should just pre-compute the C offset. like this. And then just add it manually. And reason being, it's just faster to iterate that way. So, yeah. It is simply faster to iterate that way. I wish that the compiler did that for you, but they don't, so. Where's my proof? Earlier in the stream, you would see the proof, so there you go, there's your proof. So I think my goal for the rest of today is to just finish the optimization. That's my goal, to finish it, so that there's like no questions anymore about it. I think I'm gonna feel a lot better once it's all finished. And then we can go and work on visuals instead. But I'm someone who likes to just like have it all finished at once, so I've been kind of waiting for it to all be finished, and so that's why I'm kind of like a bit on edge about it today. I'm kind of like in a bad mood, is because I just kind of want it to be over with really bad. So I think honestly there's really only a couple of things left, which is just finishing the rest of the convolution stuff. Like this stuff, we have to just flip it to be the same the same thing we did here. The central difference stuff we can't vectorize because it's not contiguous, unfortunately. We could also get rid of branches like here, for example. Like these branches aren't really important because US actually isn't padded. That's like been a big point of contention for us, is that US actually isn't padded. So we have these manual borders here. Which are actually quite slow. So there is that. I guess we could make US padded. Problem is that we'd have another step then to in here to transpose the borders, and that's just fucking ridiculous. Because H already, we transpose the borders already for H. Yeah. We do, right? We transpose it for H, for sure. HRB. HRB. Oh no, that's for the mesh. That's for the mesh. No, yeah, this is what we do. So we do it for, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, that's a bummer. I think... Hey, Max. That is a fucking bummer, though. I missed this one, too. It's going good. It's just there's, I am at a crossroads with this. I think there's a couple of things left that I can optimize, I think. And so this for central differences, right? This is inefficient what I'm doing here, right? So this like branching if statement in a loop, like we can't do this, right? Or we shouldn't be doing this, right? Instead, what we should do is we should just like pad the array like I've done with all the other arrays, just pad the array and basically fill these values in beforehand so that we don't have branching when we're going through it. Now, the reason why that's difficult is because we already do it to the same arrays. The issue is that they aren't the same arrays in this specific option because this one is blurred, pre-blurred, and so this is the array that gets pre-blurred. So basically what we would need to do is only transpose the borders after we blur it for that option, and then we'd have another 3 functions that transpose those borders. So basically a lot of pain is what I'm trying to explain. Yeah, basically just a lot of pain. The thing is, it wouldn't be any less efficient, right? Because we could just like get rid of that, get rid of these functions. Just like, let's say if gradient mode equals gradient Sobel, then this. Then we transpose here, and then. Oh wait, no. Yeah, you would just have a different set of functions that transpose it, since our transpose happens at the correct time. It happens after the blur. Yeah. You would just have a different set of functions here that do the other ones. That's kind of cursed. Anyway, thanks for being my rubber duck, you know. Or whatever happened to Amanda. Amanda was a good one for sure. Good chatter. Oh. Surprised that Rob has shown up again. Like, what the fuck, dude? Rob? Serious? That guy, you know, just, you know, that guy's been around for forever, since I like started streaming. Very long time ago. It's crazy. After the last all the, you know, the remaining stuff that I have to optimize is in the convolution and the transposition of the borders here, and then once that's done, I'm gonna call it, right? I have to call it eventually, and I'm just gonna like call it and say this is finished. Like, not the project, like I still want to work on the visuals next, but like in terms of optimized, I've taken it as far as I can go, and that's it. I need to kind of just like have that peace of mind at some point. So after this is done, then that's that. And this is pretty obviously, this gets, you know, vectorized, so it, you know, we don't have to do this by hand, because at least I'm fairly sure that the compiler is smart enough to do that for me. There should be no need for me to have to write simd here. Like, it should just do that. It should. I'm proud with how far I took it, though. You know, definitely got way further in the optimization than I thought I would. So, but I think all of like the massive breakthroughs are finished. Like, I think I'm out of like massive breakthroughs. Now it's just, you know, micro optimizations. It's like a drug though, because you hit it like a massive breakthrough like that, and then all of a sudden, like, it's like, you know, 15 times faster, or, you know, not 15 times, but like 15% faster, I mean. And then you're just like, oh my god, but what if I do that again? But then you don't do that again. You know what I mean? Or you do it again, but then it's like, you know, it takes like a few days to get it again, and then you get what I'm saying. It's like less every time. Anyway, I'm just basically swapping this to a more cache-friendly layout. That's all I'm doing right now. Because it is channel major everything. Even if that is less efficient for us to iterate it that way, it's more efficient because we get to vectorize things more often because of just the way the math works. I've been tired today, that's for sure. Surely I don't make a mistake here. That would be really bad. That would be really, really bad. But yeah, to implement what I just said, I have to make 3 more of these functions, so it should pretty much just be copy and paste. But I do kind of have to pay attention when I make one of these from scratch because of the indexing shit. It's kind of annoying. These are padded, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, as for the bug with the indexing for the stitching, I still don't know about that. Like, that's the one thing that's gonna be bugging me because that's the one thing that isn't micro optimized to hell is the memory layout for that. It's like, tried changing it and then the indexing was wrong, so could not figure it out. So don't know, but yeah. I really enjoy doing repetitive shit like this sometimes. I don't know why. I really enjoy it. And then I start hating it. But like just for like 15 minutes, it's like it's very soothing to my brain. But like if I do something for like that for like hours, then it becomes awful. But I like it for like 10 minutes. I really enjoy it. Alright, so that's that. Done. The memory layout is now more efficient. Why did that do that? Oh, it's just fast. I'm just checking the time that it takes to do stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I think that we aren't even timing it, right? Yeah, we aren't even timing the transpositions. So the whole thing isn't even profiled. Which sucks. This is under mu. Okay, let me check again. With this in mind. I kind of... I'm really worried that the transposition that I just... The code that I just did made it longer. Than it was before. I have to check. Based on all the testing we did, this should be the more efficient memory layout, but no, 100% is slightly faster. It's pretty much the same. It's like the same thing. Whatever. Theoretically, it should be faster this way, but whatever. Diminishing returns at this point, but yeah. I think a big boost will be the transposition actually takes like an annoying amount of time, but I didn't really notice it because we haven't been profiling it. Don't think we can do anything about it though. The only thing that's going to be contiguous is this, and this is going to vectorize automatically, so. Yeah. One does kind of wonder if it would just be faster to have the modulus math, but it's kind of too late to go back and change it, so I mean this is so deeply embedded in the code logic, but yeah. I mean, it has to be faster. It just has to be. It literally has to be. There's just no way that it's slower, but. So now if I want to do this for the other ones, then I have to make 3 new functions for US and some S, and some S and US have to be padded now. We have to pad them, and that means going through and doing that. Where are the things? Okay, here. I don't even think that they're. No, they are. These just have to be grid padded now. And this will go down here with the big boys. Okay. Here is where we fill them up. This is the first time we touch them, it's right here. So this needs to be a CP offset now. That's a PIDX. Nice. Now, of course, everywhere we touch it here, this also needs to change to CPIDX, etc. This is already so inefficient, the way I'm indexing some of this stuff during this. Definitely do things better, but we're about to go through and change it. It is a bummer that this can't be I don't think that this can be... I feel like this could be vectorized actually. Because this is always +1 and that's always -1 in each direction. Couldn't you just do this and then load it and then that and then load it and then... Yeah, you could. But you could. You could literally just do that. Wait. That's actually crazy. Oh shit. I totally did not know that. Okay. Well, that's what I'm gonna do then. It's not easy, but we can do it. It's actually gonna take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 regs to do it, but yeah. It is possible. And if it's possible, then I'm gonna fucking do it, you know me. You know me. Obviously, so this is what we're eliminating here. Now that these are all padded, so literally all we have to do is this, all the way down. Not that big of a deal. Yeah, I gotta keep talking so that you don't get ads. Talk. Oh, so you know what? So somebody was talking about this the other day when we were here. Somebody was like, someone was talking about a Moroccan mint tea, and I got it because they talked about it. And it tasted like mint tea. So that's my review. There was nothing Moroccan about it. It was pretty boring, to be 100% honest with you. I was really expecting something cool. That's not to say that it's bad. It's just like, it just was kind of, you know, meh. You know what I mean? Just kind of meh. Honestly, so if we're talking like, you know, efficiency here, instead of this, I just wrote break. Instead of this, what we can do is, instead of zeroing it, we don't even have to zero it. All we have, you know, oh, but for this one, it's kind of annoying. Because then you have to zero it beforehand. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. That is kind of annoying. Wall and 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. For the zeroing for this one, though, we can always zero it before the blur. Just literally... It would have to be during the MTFFT step, actually. Okay, well, now no one is going to know what the fuck any of this code does, but I don't really care. Yeah, what I just wrote is basically just whoever reads this code, fuck you. So none of you are going to understand what any of that does and why it's there, but it's efficient for it to be there. And you're just gonna have to trust me on that because I'm not writing a paragraph to explain it. Okay. I get it. You're mad at me. I know you trust me, Max. I just don't trust myself. That's what it comes down to. Listen, we're doing this shit too, which is like, you know, I just don't have the... I think it allows me to do this with this version, right? I think I'm allowed to do this. Only one way to find out. You could tell me that an integer has infinite decimal numbers stored in it and I'd still believe you. Well, like... technically, like if we're talking about like... technically, there's an infinite amount of numbers between 0 and 1. That's not true. That is true. There's an infinity of complexity in the space between 0 and 1. That's not even a cap. That's not even a cap? Did I really just say that? See offset, undeclared identifier. What? Oh. You're so right about that? Oh my god. I'm glad that you have so much unfounded trust in me, though. That does make me feel good. Oh my god, we fucked up somewhere. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why are you giving me a question mark? Okay, so you got a 0 and you got a 1. But even, okay, you said something else. But even more technically, an integer can store a set number of digits in it, so it'll never have full accuracy. Yeah. In terms of programming, you're totally right. You're 100% correct. But in terms of like mathematics, right, there's an infinity amount of infinities. You know what I mean? Do you feel me on that one? You feel me on that one? This where do I use this fucking... I convolve, and then I compute f. I compute f with NA and NU. Right. No, I'm so... Okay, so... Something is incorrect here. Oh no, why? I'm gonna blow. I'm gonna fucking blow. I'm gonna blow. Bro, why? What's up? And imagine being a philosopher trying to explain an infinity of infinities. I don't have to imagine because I live it every day. Oh, so true. Wait, I'm a fucking idiot moron. I mean, I'm not an idiot moron. It's just like sometimes it feels like it because I'm surrounded by them. You know? Do you ever feel like that? Like a plastic bag? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to talk so that you don't get ads. So I wouldn't want you to have any ads, Max. As long as I keep talking, the ads don't roll, you know? So just gotta keep talking. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Okay. I see you. Now try the torus. Now try the wall. Okay, the wall. Okay, that does look a bit wallish. Now try the nun. Some joke about nuns. I don't fucking know. Nun. Something pray church. I don't know. Is that really how it works? Never heard of this before? Yeah. So basically, I have it set on my monetization. I have it set on automatic machine AI mode. Okay, so YouTube tries to find whenever I'm boring and then plays ads when I'm boring. So as long as I never am boring, then I never make money. So that's what's going on. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so you know what the cool thing is now? We don't actually need any of these functions. We actually need like 0 of these functions. Because now it's inside of the border already. Sacrificing your money for our entertainment. Exactly. Yeah, it's not really a sacrificing it for the entertainment. Like, it's more like I feel guilty. It's more of like a guilt thing rather than me like doing it out of the good of my heart. It's more of like, oh, nobody's gonna watch me if they get ads. But at the same time, I still have the ads on. So I've got kind of like a foot in both places sort of thing. I haven't really decided which one I'm committing to. I'm sure you understand, right? But just know that it's not out of the good of my heart. God, no. Okay, so we're gonna vectorize this. So this is the fucked up part. This is gonna be the fun part. I had like a moment earlier where I had this breakthrough where I realized that I could actually vectorize these. I think I can. Yeah, I can. It's just interesting. It's just interesting. So yeah. No doubt. So that's M. Let's just do MX. Yeah. This is. Can we load? No. Yeah. Absolutely have to do the load U here. Cannot greed for it. There's no way we can get that going. Absolutely gonna put my foot down on that one. Just can't do it. Also, this cast to an int, I feel like it's not really necessary. Shouldn't be necessary. We also have int cp offset equals cp offset c. There you go. And so now we can just add this manually. Beautiful. Cover all. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now you get the IX, which is this. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that we couldn't. This is like so obviously vectorizable. And now, once again, we can do the store aligned, okay? No problem there. Absolutely the easiest store align you've ever seen in your entire life. And we want to do the sub, the IX minus the MX, and we want to do a mul. And we have regs to spare, so I'm just gonna static const a reg here, oregano. Set 1 PS 0.5f. Beautiful. And we're just gonna mul PS. with the prefig, and is that just it? I think so. Beautiful. Honestly, you want to reuse these regs, so now it doesn't really make sense for them to be IX and MX. So now I'm like thinking like maybe we should call them something different. But like this is like close to max, and like that's a cool name. But like what are some other good names that we could do? I think we just be unoriginal and we just like do MM and II. I feel like that's a good way to go. Man, I can't get this fucking Jim Carrey shit out of my brain. I can't believe that they think he's a clone. Like, you're telling me that all I need to do to fake my death is to get Botox? Is that what you're telling me? Then that's what I'm gonna do. I feel like that's pretty easy. That's a pretty easy sell for me to get Botox. I did not know that it was that easy to fake your death. Shout out Jim Carrey though. That guy's a fucking G. I mean, you know, now I'm kind of wondering if this is gonna work. I may have been a little bit hasty on deciding that it does work. Logically, I may have been a bit hasty. But we're so close to almost finishing it that yeah, it doesn't really matter, you know. We're just gonna give it a shot anyway. So the Sobel Convolve, it doesn't matter which one that we do anymore because it's all going to the same place, you feel me? The borders are now built into the array, so it doesn't matter. So. We're in the final stretch now. I'm proud of myself for getting this far. Bruh. Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh. 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 Oh, wait, no. That's growth RT. That's growth RT. I was just being a bit silly. Well, if it doesn't work, then I can't tell the goddamn difference. Cool. It's so sensitive to Sigma. Since I did the Gaussian blur. Yeah. But we can make that a toggle, the blurring entirely. Yeah, this is neat, you know, this is a neat little thing. I like it. I'm a big fan of it, actually. Okay, well, so there's actually really one last thing to do, and that's to actually do the mu stuff. So we put off doing the mu stuff, and now we're going to stop putting off doing the mu stuff, and that's going to be the end. Because we did the mu wall here, and figured that out. And now, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah, we did this earlier. We fixed this earlier. So now we just have to do it without it being a wall, and then with F, and then that's it. So that should be simple enough to do. This GWS, this clamping that's at the end, I'm trying to figure out what it is. So it's literally, it's just the clamping that you want to get rid of. And the rest is exactly the same. Oh wait, what? What? Wait, this was... Oh. That was force the entire time, not velocity. Oh, interesting. Well then, I guess that's fine. I don't think that sigma matters. Oh right, we needed to scope them because of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. It should be fine. I don't think we're gonna spill. Okay. That should be exactly the same except for this one, and then this one should just be exactly the same for this. Just need to do this. Boom, boom, boom. And now we just have the branch here to figure out what we do. We have it here. Okay. I need to put all these in the header. Okay. Now this should be finished. Huh. This thing happened again now. Where it just stopped rendering. Yeah, this bug I have to figure out what's going on. It's actually a problem where it just stops drawing completely. It has nothing to do with any of the actual simulation logic, because as you can see, the timers keep going on. Yeah, this again. Like it just stops. Like as you can see, different configurations are happening. But we just stopped drawing. Probably some weird I've got to try and try and recreate the bug. Whoa. Okay, now it doesn't want to do it. It's weirdly making this this wall here. Only seems to be present when using velocity. Yeah. This. It's kind of cool though. Okay. So final couple of bugs here. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think this should already be, velocity was always padded, so it should still be padded. Is this not happening now? Oh no, it is. I think it is. Maybe that was something else. There's that kind of pattern that's happening, yeah. But I'm not sure if that's just an overall bias or if it's a mu specific bias. I mean a velocity specific bias. Not sure. Either way, yeah, I think I'm gonna move the velocity to the velocity update to before we do it, before we compute it. Yeah, I think with that, it's optimized. I think with that, it's literally optimized to hell. Last thing to do is to really just see what it can do, I guess, and push it a little bit more. 38 is where we max out in terms of vertex layout memory, so can't do any more. Might actually not even be able to do this. Can't even do this. That's a bummer. Well. Oh. No. It's we can't do 38. We have to do 36. That's what it is. Because of the aligning. Because of aligning, we have to do 36. So it's either 36 or 40. So how long it take to learn DirectX? Not long at all. I mean, to be honest, like I didn't really learn it. I just got this PDF of this book, and then I just started, you know, doing the examples or whatever. Yeah, it really does not like me pushing it to 40. Even if I bring this height down to like 24 or whatever, it just does not like me doing this. People say that it's harder than Vulkan. Well, maybe like DirectX 12. I don't know anything about modern DirectX. It's apparently like a whole different ball game, So, according to what people say, That's what people say. But I mean, like the hardest one, all of them are like exactly the same in difficulty. Don't let anybody say, oh, Vulkan is so hard. Like, bro, like, no, it's not fucking harder than OpenGL or anything else. It's not. Like, it just has a different, set of criteria that you have to fill before you can draw to the screen. That's like literally the only fucking difference. I hate this whole, like everybody wants to have an opinion on something. It's so annoying. It's like, oh, I drew the best graphics API. Oh my god, Vulkan. Like, dude, it's like the same fucking shit, bro. It's the same thing. It's all the same thing. They all have the same stuff. They all have shaders. They all have, frame buffers. The same. They have. Vulkan has a more like command buffer approach to things. But at the end of the day, it's all the goddamn same, dude. Don't let anybody tell you that it's like some big choice. They're all the same, dude. All the fucking same. What was I going to do? I'm just gonna scroll around and find what I was about to do. What was I about to do? I wanted to switch a variable. Oh, right, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Not even in the file. I wanted to see why the kernel's radiuses are so... The neighborhood is... Really? I guess, yeah, you can't have a higher neighborhood than this. Because then now we're gonna go off of the grid. Oh. Okay, I guess, well... Oh, this is in this one. Wait, what? Okay, well, I guess we found the limit of how I can distort the dimensions. I guess. It doesn't want me to go to 48. And it's fucking annoying. What do you mean? The way that people treat this shit? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, now we're just out of memory. Yeah, I'm no big fan of, you know, the old people. Do you know how many times I get people like come onto this stream and are like, oh, Vulkan best. Why use OpenGL? Vulkan best. Or like whatever. It's like, okay, dude, like, go fucking work in NVIDIA, dude. Like, what are you doing in my chat, bro? Like, legitimately, just go fucking ray trace some leaves or some shit. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, bro. It's like the same vibe as like some like fucking peddler trying to sell you a fucking paintbrush. Like, I'm an artist. I don't fucking care. I just use the paintbrush, bro. Like, what? Like, why should I care? Like, what the bristles are like, dude? Like, I just feel the paintbrush and I like it and then I just use it. Like, what? Like, I don't give a fuck about what the industry uses. I don't care. Like, what? Like, why would I care? Like, why would I spend like, I don't know, months of my life learning a new graphics API? To do what? The same shit that I'm already doing? Fuck off. Like, politely fuck off. That's what I say. Whatever, dude. It's the same thing with everything with tech too. In tech in general. It's like the AI thing, right? It's like the AI thing is just like the brand new thing or whatever, but it's going to blow over and then everybody, like, LLMs are just going to be normal and no one is going to be talking about it anymore, you know? But it's just like people are just get bored. Like, I think life is just so fucking boring that people always have to like have like the newest thing or whatever, like be whatever they talk about and shit. It's like it is very tiring. It's very, very tiring. Yeah, exactly. It's not even just that it's a bubble, it's just like, I don't know. Like this guy the other day that was just trying to like convince me that like AGI is going to happen or whatever. It's like, Dude, it's like legitimately just a glorified web browser. Like that's literally all it is. It's just a web browser that talks to you. Like it's not like fucking iRobot, bro. Like but I don't know. Whatever. That's what I believe, though. I think genuinely, just people just get so fucking bored that they gotta like make up shit in their brain about like that this is gonna like revolutionize humanity or whatever. Like it's gonna be the same thing, dude. Like so, I don't know. Also, it's like very rarely that there's like a new technology or anything new that's created that's like beneficial to like the working class, right? And so like these technologies come out like LLMs and AI and all that shit, and like I hate that people are like celebrating it or whatever. Like it actually helps them. Like it's literally making you poorer. Like it's literally psychotic to think that you're actually going to like ever like make money off of this technology that's milking you, you know? Whatever, dude. Give Sam Altman all your data. I don't fucking care. Whatever. Well, it's pretty much finished. Other than the visuals, yeah. That's pretty much as efficient as it's gonna get. I do want to make a button that blurs or doesn't blur. So I have to remember how I did that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, we have bool val to do that with. So okay. So, the annoying thing with this is that we actually have to like, it's not as simple as just don't blur it. There either has to be a different function that we do, or we literally just, I think the simplest way for us to do this is to actually just straight up just literally have an if statement here that just wraps the entire function. Because we need to copy the we need to copy it the array into, even if we don't blur it, we have to copy it into US and some S. So I'm just gonna do the multi-threading for that based on grid width. And is H padded? H is 259 86528 86528 259. Oh wow, we can actually just straight up mem copy it. Alright, peace out, Max. Have a nice night, bro. Thanks for hanging out. I'm about to head off myself. Is it min-max to multi-thread the mem copy? Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Maybe it is min-max, but I'm still gonna do it. Bro, Rob, I said that like 20 minutes ago, bro. How long have you been typing that? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What? Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, how long have you been sitting on that? That's just crazy. They like. Oh no. Yeah. No doubt. How much of a psychopath is this guy multi-threading the mem copy? Like, what the fuck? Like, bro, just like what? What is wrong with him? Like, what is his problem? What a fucking sicko. Alright, we gotta like make one more button, one more boolean, and then we're calling it, bro. We're calling it out. Canceling it on Twitter. Where are we putting this button, fellas? Where are we gonna put this button? We just don't have enough room. And I don't want to put it next to this, bro. Fuck. Also, this shit is going off of the thing. Alright, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. I decided what we'll do. We'll put that one on a new row so that it can have a lot of space because it's got a lot of words in it. Shit's feeling like the Bible. How the fuck do the offsets work for this again? Off equals the border, and then yeah, and then you just make this one where the fucking yeah, the button gotta be like at least a 160 type of deal, no doubt. This is row -3. Yeah, I got no clue what the row -3 is doing, but let's just not even pay attention to that. Blur central difference. And it's just going to be a DT bool. Right? DT bool exists, it does. And this is going to be the... Is it bool val? I think it's called bool val. So true. Except that that's actually in here. And this is actually blur central diff, right? Yeah, no doubt. And then I don't think that this even needs an accent, to be honest. That's just a boolean. You just put that in there. Let's see what that looks like. I'm starting to realize, like, this happens with all of my fucking projects, bro. Is that I end up just, like, finding all this shit to do with it, and then, like, never finishing it. So... Ah, shit. Bro, what? What happened? Wait, what? What? What the fuck was that, bro? What was that? Wait, what? Oh my god, why? There was no bug. There's never a bug. There's never a bug. Why was there a bug? What bug? What bug, bro? What? What? There's some undefined behavior going on here, fellas. There's some undefined behavior going on here, fellas. And I'm here to sniff it out. Okay, so let's put it on false and then see if this is just the bug and it's not a problem with my UI. So it might just be like... Bro. Damn. Yeah, you know, there's probably a bug here, to be honest. But, like, the bug is with the button, for sure. Yeah, that button is suspicious. Definitely suspicious. It's deleting my draw buffer. What is wrong with this button, bro? I just moved it down a row. What? Like, I don't know. I feel like, I'm kind of like tired, and I want this to be finished. So just like figure it out, and this worked fine. That worked fine. This worked fine. This was fine. No, it's not fine. What? Okay, I guess it's a... Okay. Oh. Never mind. It has nothing to do with the button. I'm just being a dumbass. Okay. So, it turns out that I was right to be suspicious earlier. You can't actually just like straight up multi-thread a mem copy like I was doing. Like that's kind of a bit bizarre. It's a bit bizarre. Okay, let's find our way back to that code and then rectify the issue. Okay, so this is supposed to be end minus section. I did that one backwards. My bad. So that was a negative thing. So it had a negative. So that's why that was happening. All right. Cool. Cool. Very cool. Very fun. And now you cannot blur the CD, and then you can blur it, and then you can not blur it, and then you can blur it, and then you can not blur it, and then you can blur it, you can not blur it. And that's just a whole fun bag of beans. And you can blur it, and you can not blur it, you can blur it. There's a slight difference. Well, guys, so that's pretty optimized. That's optimized. It's, yeah. Alright, I'm done optimizing it, so put in my, I'm calling it. That was a lot. It was a lot to optimize this. It's like you know, the past like 4 streams, so like maybe like 50 hours, something like that, of like doing simmed and vectorizing everything manually. And yeah. I'm gonna rest. I'm gonna rest. I'm happy with it. I like have spent. This is the most I've pretty much optimized any code ever, and for good reason, because I want it to be. You know, I want to do justice to the math. Like, the people who made Linea are like my heroes. I like wish one day to be like as good at, you know, all the math as they are. So I want to do justice to their kind of like art, and so that's my goal. So yeah. So something is that the oscillator doesn't seem to be up. Yeah, I gotta figure out why this happens. Like, one of our windows stops updating. So I think that there's some weird thing that I have to figure out. But I have no clue why that is, but I have to figure that out. Now why the oscillator doesn't work, you know, no clue. Yeah, oscillators, we kind of haven't looked at them in a while. The scary thing with the oscillator was that, like, you could technically put in any array and then use it as an input for the oscillator. Like, you could do it based on grid, based on the growth, based on, you know, whatever. And that's a lot of different functions I would have to write. And then to optimize it, we can also mx0 is a padded index, and then we're indexing v with a padded index. Oh, TT-IDX, of course. Yeah, so TT isn't being indexed like that anymore. TT is being indexed with DC-IDX, which is just a regular CP-IDX. So, yeah. So that's why. Also, this is supposed to be CP-IDX. Naturally. Okay, let's check that, and then I'm going to head out for the night. I'm tired. So, fucking div flow. Okay, well that's pretty... It is correct, it's just very intense. You know. They seem pretty intense. But they work. Alright, I'm going to go to sleep. So. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Yeah, it going in still don't know why that is happening. It going in you know, in lines like that. It's apparently something with the velocity being mu when it is central difference. So also, cool thing we could test now that we have the ability to. we actually have the ability to have a DD of 2 now. Which didn't really even cross my mind. But yeah. We can technically have a DD of greater than 2 since we're now not iterating in that order. Yeah. Let's set it back to, it's going to be really slow, but you know, let's set it to 32. Maybe even 28, but you know, let's try 32. At least just give it a try. It's actually not as slow as I would think, actually, with the DD of 2. Wow. I mean, it's slow. But actually with 2 channels, it's actually doable. It's actually 30 FPS 2 channels with a DD of 2, which I never thought that we would see the day, really. That's not bad. That's really not bad. Wow. And to legally change the DD to 2, we have to actually, you know, manually do it, but yeah, so the cool thing is this is actually like proper proper flow linear. You know what I mean? Like this is these are proper parameters. Now with the DD of 2, this is properly reintegrated, basically. And that's cool beans. Okay. DD of 2 is pretty cool. So we'll make that we'll hook that up to the actual thing. I guess. Didn't really think we'd ever get to the point where we could have a DD of 2. We could also make the blur kernel for central difference editable. It's not like the most, you know, doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things, but alright, I will see you guys later. I'm going to take some time to rest. Don't know if I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I take some time to rest. When I come back, we'll work on visualization more. But yeah, as far as optimization goes, this is finished. It's finished. There's quite literally not much else I can literally do to make it faster. So I've done my absolute best. Good night. It is 1:26 a.m. I'll wake. Good luck. Good luck. Absolutely. I hope you do well. On it. It does make me feel like we could probably add a 4th channel now, to be honest. But we may run out of memory, so that's probably the problem. Yeah, we probably run out of memory. I don't know why I'm even considering it. So 4 and out of memory. Oh shit, really? Wow. Did not think we would actually compile. What color is the last channel? Yeah, for some reason it isn't rendering on the Okay, so we have enough memory for 4 channels and we're computing 4 channels, but we for some reason are not doing 4 channels, so yeah, somewhere it's not working. So I'll fix that. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't even slowing us down that much, so that's not even the bottleneck there. Isn't even the channels very much, so I have to figure out whatever is going on there. I assume that somewhere I have 3 not hard coded in, but assumed in the logic. So yeah. Yeah, it could be anywhere. The codebase is kind of a mess. I wonder how many lines we have in the codebase. That's a good question. That's a fun little question. So we got 2,000 there, 1.5. Some headers are big, but yeah, so 1,000, like 4,000 so far, maybe 5. This one is 2,000. So, you know, now a lot of it is like, you know, what is that, like something around, and these aren't even exposed. I mean, God knows how long this file is. This file isn't even, you know, all the way down. Anyway, something like probably like 15,000. But like a lot of it is manually unrolling loops, so it's not like, you know, whatever. Anyway, 15,000 is a lot for, you know, a few weeks, so feel happy with it. All right, I'll see you guys later. I'm pretty happy with. What did we do today? All was a blur. Stay healthy. Peace out. I'm gonna make some